Alrighty guys, we're just getting set up here. I'm gonna throw a carp line in the water here. It's just too hot out for pike. Not the right time of day to be fishing for pike. So we're gonna get a carp rod in the water here. I'm gonna load it up with red balls and a little chunk of worm on each hook. Sometimes the carp are picky. Sometimes they prefer worms over bread. Usually I do really well on bread though. Alrighty. Alright, welcome back, guys. He's got the pole in the water. We're set up on the carp rod currently. A little bit too warm for pike right now. We'll throw some lures out for them here in a bit after it cools down. I'm gonna hop back over to my truck real quick and grab my soda. I forgot my dang soda. I am a wee bit parched, so I will be right back. Y'all let me know if I catch a fish. Alright, I am back. Oh, unfortunately the truck is parked like a quarter mile down upstream. There's no close parking to this spot. something was jumping in the water there. Birds pooping. Don't poop on me. What's up, everyone? We're just doing a little bit of carp fishing at the moment. We just got set up here. This spot is where I pulled absolute monster of a carp out last year. Got it right to the shallows here. It looked like a propane tank. It had to have been 40, 50 pounds. So we're seeing if maybe our old friend, the lunker carp, is still living here. I don't know a whole lot about a carp. If they're territorial, if they move around, the big ones. I know the big pike are super territorial, especially the females. Males tend to move around more than females, but this big old hog I had last year, I honestly wonder if she's still living down here. I know a couple of mirror carp have been pulled out right here too, which I would absolutely love to hook into one of those. Oh shit, I didn't even see it come in, SoCal, sorry. Pulling on a carp is always fun. Yeah. They're one of my favorite fish to target, honestly. They put in, especially the males. The females that I've pulled in they're not always the greatest fight. It seems like the males, the ones that they're like a fatter head and it goes to like a point at the back, and I'm pretty sure those are the males. They fight hard. Even the little ones. Man, you'll pull in a 2-3 pound carp and it feels like it's 10. But if you can pull in a big male, man, they're super fun. That honker that I pulled in last year from here, it took my line and just all the way across the river. Holy crap. I was almost out of line by the time I got to the pole. I've never been spooled by a fish, but that was the first time I've literally been spooled by a fish. It got down. I probably had 10 yards of line on there before I hit my knot. I got her all the way back over to the shore and grabbed the net. And off she goes again. It's definitely, probably, if not the best, one of the like top 3 fights I've ever had with a fish. You're good at sneaking up on shit. I don't know, I lost it at the bank. I got it to the bank, it went away, I got it back to the bank and got the net, and the net was too damn small. And I'm fighting with it and it snapped my line off. There's the light. I do have a worm on here. We got bullheads down here. That didn't look like a carp bite. That was maybe a bullhead. They like the worms. But yeah, I had it flopping around in the shallows here, and I had too much electronics on me. I had my phone on me, my watch on, keys in my pocket, my wallet in my pocket. I contemplated, going in the water to snag it. Turtles down here too, though, which is what it might be. What we got toying with the line? So SoCal, I watched a handful of your videos. It looks like you normally mostly fish from your boat, or do you do bank fishing as well? You've been schooled a few times, enough that I don't tie my braid to the spool, you tape it. Yeah, I tie a wrap of electrical tape around the spool, just to have some grippies, and then I tie a good knot on top of the tape. But again, that was the first time. That's the first time I've even been remotely close to spooled. And I thought for a moment there it was going to take me down to the knot. 20 boat to bank. Okay. Yeah, see, I would fish from the boat every day if I could. It's such a hassle sometimes to get the boat out. All the places that I like to bring it to are, an hour and a half drive. Sometimes you just want to go, for an hour or two of fishing, and I don't want to drive for an hour to fish for an hour, and then have to drive an hour to get home. So I do bank fish. So that, because I like carp fishing, I do like bank fishing from ponds. I get to have 2 poles in the water. What is it in California? How many poles do you get there? I would imagine they probably limit you, unless you're fishing in the ocean. 11 bucks every time you launch, and $11 late fee. Yeah, see that's just absurd. Most of the places that I put my boat in, you purchase a state conservation license, which is like a land use. It gives you access to all the state parks. So as long as you have that, when you go to launch your boat, there's no additional charge. The one place that I do like to fish, there's like a $5 parking fee, but that's it. And I even hate paying that. I think it's stupid. We spend so much on our fishing licenses, our hunting licenses, your conservation license, your land use permit, all the shit you buy at the beginning of the year. That it just seems petty to me that they nickel and dime you then every time you want to go use it. But yeah, with fees like that adds up real quick, I'm sure. Crow, I just got here. I've been at the spot a little over 20 minutes, but I've had the pole in the water for like 10 minutes. I did just have some nibbles at it. We switched over. I got bread balls on, and bread balls and worm. This is the spot last year I pulled out what should have been this Montana state record for carp, but damn thing snapped me off. So I'm seeing if the old hag is still living here. If it is, you guys are in for a show. This thing is an absolute behemoth. And you all know it, if carp are like pike, that the big ones, the older ones, if they're territorial, if they just kind of pick a spot and chill there. I've never really looked that up for carp. I know the big pike are that way, but the only time they really venture out, the big ones, that they venture out from their spot is during the fall when they're feeding, to prep for the winter, and then during springtime when they're spawning. All the saltwater ramps are free, but freshwater is a minimum of 26 bucks every time you go. Makes no sense. Saltwater ramps get beat up a lot worse. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of wonky. Carp are fun to fight, but they're nasty. I don't eat them. I just catch them and throw them back. They're one of my favorite fish to target because out of I can't think of any other freshwater fish that puts up as good of a fight as a carp. Pike can be hit and miss. Sometimes I'll get a really good pike fight, sometimes they're not. I've had a couple of bass that were decent fights, but nothing really that impressive. Rainbow are usually like a wet sock. Salmon can be fun. Salmon are right up there with carp for me. But I mean, the walleye that I've pulled out, they don't really fight all that much. They're cool as hell to catch because they're so cool looking. I don't know, maybe if I was like, I hooked up on a paddlefish or something like that. Catfish are alright, catfish can be a good fight, but they're kind of like pike, it's kind of hit and miss. Sometimes they're, really, really feisty and will give you a good fight, other times it's just like dead weight, pulling a log. City of San Diego is actually proposing closing the lakes here Monday through Friday. Oh, good lord. Man, California, like, I loved living there. I honestly did. I loved the weather. I loved, the entertainment there. But some of the laws and regulations they put in place, it's just like, I feel like they don't fully think shit through before they decide to go with it. What was that? Got a turtle or a bullhead, I think, messing with my bait. That wasn't a carp for sure. At least we're getting some action here. Well, what's the ideology behind closing it Monday through Friday, other than... God, that would just make it terrible. You're going to have everybody Saturday and Sunday out there trying to launch. It's just going to turn it into even more of a shit show than it probably already is. Really? They don't allow night fishing there? I was reading that a lot of places in Canada are like that too. Night fishing is some of the funnest. I love night fishing. And in fact, I need to get... That's what I really want to do, is get set up with some good lighting and some, a battery set up to where I can run those lights all night so I can stream. The only thing I don't like about night fishing is the bugs. We have an outside vendor that runs all the lakes. The city is not making money on... Oh, okay. So they got a third-party non-state contractor that runs all the parking. They don't collect any of those fees for the parking, the boat launching. So that's still, I don't understand the rationale behind what is it. That's still not going to make them money. I don't know, that's just silly. There's certain things I understand regulating. There are good reasons for it, and other things I just don't understand the rationale. Unless it has a beneficial purpose for the people or for the wildlife. What's the point? Like we have here, and in fact, it's probably going to go into effect here in the next week or so. I forget what the exact requirements are before it kicks in. They have something called hoot owl restrictions. But essentially, when you have X number of days that the water temperature is above, I want to say it's like, if you have 3 or 4 days where the water temperature is consistently above, again, I'm just throwing out an arbitrary number here, let's say 78 degrees, they implement hoot owl restrictions on certain water bodies in the state. And it basically disallows people from fishing in those water during daylight hours. From like 6 a.m. to midnight, you can't fish them because the water temperature is so high, it lowers the saturation of oxygen in the water, and basically any fish you pull out, you're likely to kill, that they just don't recover from that money goes to an outside company. $120 to rent a 14-foot aluminum boat. If the city took over the lakes, it would have a surplus of revenue. Crow says they'll regulate the good old boys from fishing, and then the hobos laying down on the sidewalk got rights. I don't know. Like, again, the hoot owl restrictions here, that makes sense to me. Like, if you can explain rationally to me why you want to implement a restriction and it makes sense, then go for it. You know, it sucks. I would like to be down here fishing some of those days, but I understand if that means that every fish I try and release because I'm catching and releasing is going to float down the river and die, like, no, I don't want that. Like, I'll stick to night fishing, or I'll fish somewhere that's got deeper waters, you know, that doesn't get so hot. But arbitrarily saying you can't fish Monday through Friday, like, why? Explain to me why. Make it make sense. Why you can't fish at night? Make it make sense. Right. I mean, again, if there's a rational reason behind something, I'm all for it. I'll support it. But if you're just gonna throw out arbitrary rules just to dictate what I can and can't do, like, screw that. It doesn't make any sense. Welcome back, you two, by the way. Appreciate y'all coming to hang. Hopefully I can catch a fish for you here. I think all the fish that I've caught in the last 2 days of streaming, I had 0 viewers in the room. Every time I catch a fish, there's nobody here to watch it. List here, the Corps of Engineer own all the lakes and parks and water access unless it's a county-owned dirt road to the water, and even then the Corps charges $5 to have your boat on the water. And again, if it's a small fee like that, I wouldn't mind. Again, if there's some rationale behind it, you know, I mean, if they're providing some service, you know, if they're maintained campgrounds, if there's maintained restrooms, something like that that the money is going towards to support, I'm all for it. Like $26 every time you want to launch your boat, like, that's just insane. What's up? Excuse me? Where did I find that? Right in front of me. Yeah. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, I came to get out of the sun. It's too damn hot out there.
Catch anything?
Not yet. I've had a couple of bites. I've only been here for 20 minutes or so, half hour. There's good carp fish in here. If you just want to catch a fish, there's bullhead in here. They'll eat about anything.
Yeah, we catch something yesterday. It was like it was a bullhead like that.
Yeah, they're little baby.
I didn't even know I had it until I loaded my fishing pole in.
Yeah, if you're fishing with worms, 9 out of 10 times that's what you can catch. If you guys want to catch a carp, I got some bread here. That's what they feed off of.
Oh.
There's pike in here.
I caught a pike here.
Yeah, you'll catch them every once in a while down here. In the heat of the day like this, it's not the greatest time to fish for them.
Yep, pliers like these for
Got yourself an ornament hanging from your pants there, huh? Hold on. These kids just rolled up and he's got a lure stuck in his pants. Oh, hung me up on something. Maybe that's why my bite didn't go anywhere. live stream on YouTube. Yeah. Got a few people watching.
I didn't think you were doing that for a little bit.
Yeah. No, I just started a few weeks ago. I just started live streaming a couple of days ago, though. There you go. $5 isn't bad. $11 this year. Talking about raising it to 20. That's insane. That's so expensive. Rather pay the county to get concrete ramp and toilet. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Got anything bigger you might want it? Yeah, I don't know if you've ever fished with bread balls before with dry agent. Get it as soft and moist the bread as you can. Water it up into it. Bring it down and then you kind of football it around the hook. Yeah, perfect. What's up, Cindy? Yeah, that's my rod. How you doing, Skipjack? Yeah, we threw a rod in here. We're trying to catch a carp. I was out pike fishing a little bit ago, but it's so hot out today. I ain't biting. 106 out there. Yeah, I think the temp in my truck when I was rolling over here said it was 92. It feels like it's about 192. I don't like warm weather like that. So we snuck under the bridge here and we're fishing like hobos for today. But this is one of my favorite spots to carp fish, honestly. I don't catch a lot of carp here, but this is the spot. And I tell everybody that the state record carp lives right here. I had him on the line last year and I lost him. He looks like a propane tank. She, I should say. Just big. Let me get my line out and look over here. I snagged up on something. Give me a second, Rose. Good job. Not, if you want to catfish, you gotta go below Moroni Dam. As far as I know, the only catfish that are upstream from the Moroni are the bullheads. They're fun to catch, but they're just itty bitty. Normally they inhale the fish. It's just a nightmare to get the hook out of them without killing them. Hey, what's up, Josie? Welcome back. We're doing some carp fishing. All I've managed to do today is lose one lure and, well, actually I take that back. One jig, one lure, and now I just lost my high-low rig. We're just having a snaggy day today. That's alright though. It takes a couple of minutes to rig back up. We'll go with our fancy bead here. We got a snap clip and a swivel. Carry in, carry out, take it very serious with hunters and fishermen. We don't want to lose our spots. Yeah. I usually, at almost every spot I stop, I bring a trash bag with me, and oftentimes the first 20 minutes or so that I'm at a spot, I spend picking up trash, especially fishing line. I can't stand going to a spot and finding, you know, hundreds of yards of lines spooled out and tangled around everything. The trash bugs me, but the line out there, all sorts of critters get tangled up in that. It's no good. Alright, so we tie ourselves a uni knot. What kind of knot do y'all like to tie? I tie uni knot for almost everything. Everybody's kind of got their preference. Uni knot is one that I learned years ago, and I found that if I'm in the wind, I'm on the boat, if I'm in low light, it's a simple enough knot that I can tie it almost anywhere. I always have a bag in the truck in case. 50% of the time some dumb kids are there partying. Yeah, beer cans, soda cans. Alright, got that tied back up. I use what's called a high-low rig. I don't know if any of y'all fish with it. Grab one of those guys out. Alright, it's actually a salt fishing rig. I started using them for catfishing years ago. And I have now started to use them for carp as well. Pretty much anytime I'm throwing a line in the water to soak, I'm running a high-low rig. What's that? Oh, okay. You guys are gonna roast out there.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. We just got done swimming. What is that?
It's called a high-low rig. It's like a 60 or 80 pound steel leader, and it's got two offset prongs on it that you put your hooks on, and it allows you, you're allowed 2 hooks per line in rivers and lakes around here, so I take advantage of it. And it just allows you to run multiple hooks, and it keeps them separate from each other so they're not tangling around the main line. Really handy.
Well, you have a day.
You as well. Good luck, guys. Palomar knot. That one's super simple as well. I think I got into the habit of the uni knot because of my trolling rig. So like I always run leaded line on my trolling rigs, and I run like a 2 to 5 foot leader, fluorocarbon leader on it. So you got to have a good knot that you can tie 2 different kinds of lines together on. So I learned the uni knot, or the double uni knot in that case. Alright, but yeah, that's, if you guys have never fished with them, that's a high-low rig. So it's got a swivel at the top. It's a 60 to 100 pound steel leader, depending on the ones you get. Get a couple of beads and an offset wire arm, and then 12 inches or so, and another offset arm, and then another like 6 to 8 inches and a clip that your sinker goes on. And they spin on there, and it keeps your hooks from getting tangled on each other. Super handy. But that's what I started using for catfish years ago. And then I had carp. Carp, when you get them towards the bank, especially if you're fishing around snaggy areas, they instinctively head for the branches and they tangle your line all up. You'll lose. You'll lose your rig. I hate losing my rig. And for carp, I typically will use a 1/0 bait hook or circle hook. In this case, a bait hook, because that's what I have in my fishing bag today. You throw one of those on each arm. I think I got another package left here. Oh hey, I got a beef jerky. Found some surprise snacks in my fishing bag. Sweet. Oh, please tell me I got more bait hooks than that. There we go. Alright, these are actually a little bit bigger. 1/0, 3/0. Honestly, for carp, the bigger the better. I find the bigger chunk of bread you can get on there, the better. They aren't shy. The big ones will suck in. They'd eat a whole frickin' hot dog bun if you threw it out there for them, I swear. I'll throw a 1/0 on one hook and a 3/0 on the other. Well, that's what our bite did. It ran us under a rock and then swam away. Bastard. Albright. Sounds. I think I know what an Albright knot is. I'll have to look that up for my rest myself. Howdy. Oh, not so far. Just a couple of bites. Usually have pretty good luck here, though. What's that? Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to get out of the sun. It's too hot to fish out in the sun right now. Sinker, sinker, sinker. Where are you, sinker? Oh, good Lord. I don't want to throw a 3/4 or a 1/0 sinker out there. double clinch knot. Clinch or cinch? Clinch. Yeah, see, everybody's got their go-to knots. Honestly, I can't think of a time, at least using the uni knot, I can't think of a time where I've had, my stuff, I've lost something because of the knot. Normally it's the hardware that breaks, either my snap rings or again, like now, I wrenched it over a rock and I cut my braid. Normally ain't the knot that fails. Hello.
Did you see that on his bike right past you?
Bike? No. Nope. Alright, we're rigged up. Let's get some worms on there and get her back in the water. I forgot my bread dough at home today, but I had a bag of hamburger buns in the truck, so we're back to old school bread balls. I do much prefer the ready to bake pizza dough that I've been using though. It's so much easier. Do you guys ever use like attractants, like the red dyes, the glow juice, the walleye attractants, the shrimp flavors? I mean, there's dozens of different kinds of it, like the liquids attractants that you squirt onto your baits. I have a whole bunch of it, and I've never really noticed any meaningful difference with using it. The whole reason that I've always used it, other than for catfish I have noticed a difference with. We used to make stink bait. You'd take, dead fish, entrails, oils, and all sorts of shit. Mix it up in like an old ketchup jar and shake it up, leave it out in the sun and basically let it rot. And then on your cut bait, squirt a little bit on there, and we did have really good luck with that. But other than that, the only reason that I've ever used it, my thought behind it is I'm not necessarily adding something to attract fish, but more so adding something to disguise the scents, that I'm adding to stuff by touching it. Whether it be, the soaps that I'm using, cigarette, that I'm smoking. Every time you touch something, you're adding your own scent to it. So that's the primary reason that I've used it in the past. You guys ever use it? Do you have good luck with it? What do you think? These poor worms. It's been so hot out today. This is a fresh thing of worms, and they're all... God, they just turned to mush in a few hours of heat. WD-40 works, just don't get caught. Yeah, I've heard people for years say WD-40. I've never tried it. I don't know what would be in there that would attract fish. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I like to understand why things I can't wrap my head around what in WD-40 fish would like. Wouldn't surprise me though. I have this stuff. In my other tackle box, I have probably 4 or 5 different scents. The only one that I use that makes sense to me is I have it's like a glow lunker liquid, and it, you know, when I'm night fishing, it just adds something to the lure that makes it, you know, glow in the dark. WD-40 though, huh? Never used it on mine, but I've sat there skunked while Dad and Grandpa fished close to 100 pounds for the fish that night. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard people absolutely rave about it, but I don't think I'd use it just because, again, it's you know, a petroleum product. I don't want to be polluting the water. It might help you catch fish a little better, but I mean, then again, who knows what's in half of these other attractants that are on the market. The Berkeley Glow stuff. Oh, did it react to the rubber in the Senkos? I've heard that as well. I didn't know that. I was watching a video, I think it was last year, and it was saying don't ever store different plastics touching each other. Always keep them in a package. And I never understood why until I watched that video, and it just showed, you know, the chemicals, you know, the ingredients they use in the different plastics that they can react with each other, and you leave the wrong 2 of them touching each other and they melt, they fall apart, they disintegrate. What is it? Is it, I mean, are there chemical additives in there? What is making them spaz, you know, just fall apart? Yeah, I do have in a couple of my, you know, snap tackle boxes, just my travel boxes. I throw a few rubbers in there but they're normally like the same brand, you know. I haven't had a problem with it, but additives in the plastic they use. Silicone and rubber-like material eat at themselves over time naturally if they're in contact with each other. Interesting. Yeah, it's no good. You don't want to. I mean, them dang things are expensive. You would think for a couple of hunks of rubber that they'd be dirt cheap, but that's fishing in general. It's such a racket. It's like the gold rush. They always say that the people who made the most money in the gold rush were the people that sold the tools and the supplies, not the gold miners. I feel it's the same way for, you know, fishing gear. The people who sell the tackle, man, they make a killing. I just spent, in fact, I haven't opened it all yet, but I just spent $250 on, I don't know, maybe 15 different crankbaits from Berkeley. It's a fortune. You know, that's pretty common for me. You know, when I go to buy stuff, I buy, you know, 2 of this, 3 of that, 5 of this other one, and it adds up so quickly. Such an expensive, addicting hobby. Alright, let me get out my fishing pole holder here and try and get it wedged into this concrete-like mud. Oh. I need to find a fishing pole holder. So for my boat, I have an anchor. I forget who makes it. It's a pole that you put on shore that's got a big eyelet on it that you tie or clip your rope from your boat to. So like if I want to pull up on shore and go have lunch or use the bathroom or whatever, then I don't have to tie a rope to a tree. But it's a stake, and then it's got a gap on it that's got a big heavy metal handle on it that you slam down and it pounds the thing into the ground, your spike in, and then when you go to retrieve it, you don't have to yank and pull it out. You just take and you pound up on it. It's almost like my grandpa was a body man, and he had dent pullers that were really similar to that. They just have a heavy weighted part that you use to smack out. And I want to find a fishing pole holder like that. And I've never seen one on the market. Apparently fish don't have a chemical to release hooks naturally, by the way, always was told. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh god, this ground is like concrete. Fish with my dad a lot. He was always losing my stuff. I started making him use cheap Amazon baits. Honestly, I've seen so many of them that you could hold them side by side and the quality really isn't that different. You're probably better off buying 10 Amazon, like the Trucend or the Yoto or the Sotank, all these Chinese brand. You get 10 of them for the same price it costs to get one Berkeley or, one name brand one. It's told when your line snaps, the fish will naturally dissolve the hook. Oh, okay, that's what you're talking about. There is some truth to that. I know that foreign bodies, even like in a human body, that over time they will degrade. But I think there's a big limitation to that. I mean, they ain't gonna dissolve a big old fatty hook. I mean, if you were using, like fly rod gear that have them tiny little super thin hooks, something like that might over, a long period of time dissolve. I don't think you're using a big, like what I'm using here, a thick old 1/0 or 3/0 bait hook. You lodge that in something and it's staying there. It ain't going nowhere. Yeah, and that's it. It's rusting. It's degrading. The last time you took him out, he caught 12 trees, 9 rocks, my boat motor, the bimini top, and my tackle. That sounds like the day I'm having, SoCal. Shit. I lost 2 lures. I've busted off my high-low rig. I've had to climb in the water twice. I still haven't caught a fish. So, yeah, I feel for your old man there. Normally, I don't know. Today is not my normal time fishing. I rarely lose rigs, but that's usually because I fish spots that I know, and I know where the snags are, and I know how to fish those spots to not snag. I've fished them long enough. Today I fished. This is the only spot that I've been to today that I have fished before, and I know there's a snag there. I've lost a couple of them on there, but it's this weird hole that drops off right here, And it seems like I always lure or reel back in over the dang rock there. And in fact, you can see it all around here. They're big chunks of old blacktop asphalt. He's in his 70s and his cheese is starting to fall off the cracker. That's an interesting way to put it, SoCal. So I'm just glad he hasn't got lost on the boat yet. Hey man, I hope I last that long and that I'm still with it enough that I can enjoy fishing. So yeah, you gotta cut him some slack and just be grateful to still have him around, even if he is hooking everything and anything that's not a fish. As long as it ain't you. I'd be throwing his ass off the boat if he was sticking a hook in me all the time. I don't know, hopefully I got many more years left in me. I do have a couple of relatives in my family that have lived just a ridiculously long life. I think my great-grandpa lived to be 98, and I have a great-great-grandma that lived to be like 107. Just ridiculously old. Oh, he's hooked you a few times too? Shit. I don't know. Might be giving him a Barbie rod with some pretend hooks on it. Yeah, I mean it's a small percentage, but there are a few in my lineage that have lived that long. Unfortunately, the majority of them don't. I lost both my grandparents on my mom's side. Mid-60s, early 70s. On my dad's side, I think was 50 and 70s. But the genes are there. I mean, we'll see. I'm not exactly the most healthy person on the planet. I smoke way too many of these damn things. This is what's gonna kill me. Bad habit. I wish I could convince my brain that I don't need nicotine. Thus far, I've not been able to do so successfully. Something's gotta kill you. I mean, that's the truth of it. It's one of them things. Yeah, I don't think about it a lot, or I try not to. We all gotta go sometime. Just try and enjoy the time you got. These carp need to wake up, though. SoCal, you got any days in the near future that are looking like it's not going to be the Sahara Desert out there? That sucks when it's that hot. I mean, it's not fun to even fish, even if you could get out there. Nobody wants to be baking in 110-degree weather. And then go out doing 100-mile across the desert on the bike or in bed in my sleep. I mean, shit. There are so many ways to go. I just don't want it to be I don't want to like die on the toilet or get run over by a bus or something stupid. That's my luck though. I will. I'll be walking down the street and a freaking plane falls out of the sky on me or some dumb shit. This week is going to be brutal here in the Midwest and probably over your way to Rod. Yeah, for the next 3 days here, the temperature is not going to be bad, but we're supposed to have ridiculous rainstorms and windstorms. I'm trying to fish today, even though it is hot as heck out, because I know I'm not going to get a chance to this weekend. The wife asked if we could go fish the bay tomorrow. Well, you say you got a bimini top. As long as you got some shade, I mean, it's still going to be uncomfortable. But as long as you don't got the frickin' sun beating straight down on you, it should be at least bearable. I'm honestly surprised it gets so much hotter there in San Diego. Yeah, I was just, a little over an hour north from you in Newport Beach, Costa Mesa area. I don't know if in the entire decade I lived there if it got 110 degrees. It stayed mild there most of the time. Not super cold, not super hot. Howdy. Hey, you found your friend on the bike. Okay. We're not supposed to get below 94 for 5 days straight. It's been so dry this year. Oh God, yeah. That's just too hot. I mean, I still go out. I try and fish. I mean, if it's below 100 degrees and there's at least a little bit of a breeze, even like today, if you go find somewhere in the shade, it's not too bad. I mean, this ain't the greatest spot in the world to fish, but once it gets 100, 110, that's miserable. You're on the far east edge of San Diego, so it's high desert. Okay, so you're not down by the water. You're more. Do the Ortegas run down? The Ortegas run. So you're like, are you on the west side of the Ortegas, or in the Ortegas, or on the east side in the high desert? Bad day fishing is better than a good day of work. Absolutely. I mean, I get a little bummed when I don't catch anything, but I'd much rather be sitting out here next to the water and touching grass than sitting inside in front of the computer working. That's why I'm looking forward to retirement. I mean, I work remotely now, and I have a pretty chill work schedule. But I'm done working. I amassed myself a small fortune from working and investments, and I got in early on Bitcoin. So I got a nice little nest egg to retire on. I'm just trying to slave it out for a few more years so I can pad my, and just make sure that I'm gonna have enough to live the lifestyle I want to for however long I last. What do I got left as far as years before retirement? I mean, technically I could retire right now. I mean, I'm not super wealthy, but I got plenty of money in the bank, plenty of money in investments that I could probably easily live to, 80 plus years old if I budgeted well. I'm trying. I've told myself multiple times I want to be retired by 45. I'm 42 right now, so I'm trying to push it out another 3-4 years. Just save up a little bit more money before I just say I quit. I'd probably be wise to push it till 50, but I'm so over it. There's no sense working yourself to the bone if you don't have to. I mean, I'm only 42 years old and I feel the age coming. You know, I've had enough injuries and shit that, oh, we got something bobbing on her there. Come on. Come on. Let's get a fish. But yeah, I can feel the age creeping up on me, and by the time I'm in my 60s, my 70s, when most people retire, I'm not gonna be in any shape to actually enjoy myself. So I'd much rather retire early and get to enjoy some of my damn life before the bus runs me over or a plane falls out of the sky on me. You're retired and your wife has a couple of years left to get her full pension, then we're fleeing Crapifornia for free America. Yeah, I mean, I love California, but I don't blame anybody that leaves California. Shit, it's just too expensive there, especially if you want to own your own house instead of, rent. The area that I lived in, granted, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach is one of the most expensive places to live in the country, but an absolute dump. A 2-bedroom, 1-bath, crappy house built in the 60s or 70s there sells for $1 million. You know, if you want something actually nice, actually decent, 1.5, 2.25. That's absurd. $6 a gallon. Yeah, it was a little over 5 when I left a few years back. Where are you thinking of going, Salco? I'm moving to Tennessee in the spring of 27. We already got it set. Just trying to grind out my job here. Won't find this pay down there. See, that's where I lucked out. Again, I got a good job in California, and the type of job that I do, I started working remotely well before COVID hit, and then when COVID hit, kind of everything turned remote, and I pieced out from California. There was no reason for me to be there. I work 100% of the time remote anyway, so I was able to keep my job and move back to Montana. And I don't ever have to go into work. I roll out of bed in my undies and crawl, in front of the computer, and I'm working. As long as I got an internet connection, I can work. $2.59 a gallon? Good Lord. Welcome back, Josie, by the way. Yeah, that's some of the cheapest gas. So much of the cost of gas is state and county taxes, though. So you must live in an area where they opt not to tax the crap out of gas. It's not too bad here in Montana. We're at, I think, we've been hovering around $3.20 a gallon for a regular for the last year. It really hasn't changed much in the last year. Looking at Tennessee too, but too damn many California liberals went there already. Gas is going to be up by 65 cents here on the first because of taxes. $2.69 there. Yeah, God, y'all, except for SoCal, y'all's is cheaper than mine. But again, I say $3.20 for regular, but I don't use regular in anything. I use the premium, so it's $4 a gallon for premium. Tennessee has no state income tax, and if you live near North Carolina, they don't have grocery tax. Yeah, see, we do have fairly high income tax. It's not high here. I guess it's 5.9%, I think, here in Montana. But what we don't have here that almost every other state has is we don't have sales tax. You go to the store and something says 99 cents, you hand them $1. You don't got to figure out what 8 or 9% of 99 cents is. But where they make up on that, though, is our property taxes are higher. $120 for 5 gallons? Good God. Six, 16% income tax? Good God. Yeah, see, ours isn't that bad. We got, again, I think our income tax here, and again, there's brackets, but I think the top bracket is 5.9%, which, 95% of my income is in that bracket, so that's the effective rate. But we don't have sales tax. Our property taxes are a little bit much. But again, our house, it's not $1 million house, so, I'm not spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on property tax every year. I think between the 3 properties that I own, I pay probably $2,500 a year in taxes. Which is a fraction of what I'd pay for one property in California. And these damn things, what the hell? Are you gonna bite? Stop screwing with me and bite. Yeah, California taxes were rough. I was able to keep my salary when I moved from California to Montana and save a lot on income tax and sales tax and property tax. I mean, it was just, the only thing I miss is the weather and the food. I don't miss at all having to pay egregious amounts of money for everything. Where we save on public use, transport, and gas, we spend elsewhere, but that was the same everywhere for the most part. Yeah, again, the taxes are, they're either going to charge more for income tax and less for property, or more for property and less for sales. Yeah, they make it up somewhere. I mean, they got to scrounge all the money from us that they can so they can waste it. You want to be in Montana or Wyoming, but the wife isn't a fan of the snow. It sucks. The harsh winters do suck, but as long as you're not, again, if you're retired and you're not having to drive somewhere every day, as long as you don't got a 9 to 5 that you're having to be out in it every day, then it's not that bad. I mean, you get yourself a nice cozy fireplace and you chill inside when it's nasty out. And you get used to it. After a couple of years in the snow, I mean, it's just another day. And you then enjoy so much more, the springtime, when the weather clears up. And honestly, it's well worth it for the, just the beautiful surroundings, especially Montana. Wyoming is nice. But I've been through both, and the scenery here in Montana is top-notch compared to Wyoming. Fishing's probably a bit better, too. As long as you're not fishing with me, because I don't catch anything when I'm on stream. Wyoming is full of homeless. California, brother went back there and moved back in 14 months because of the severe influx of people. It's right after COVID. I don't know, man. I think everywhere in the U.S. kind of struggles with homelessness, especially now that things in our economy have gotten so screwy. When I lived here, when I was younger, there used to be, I mean, everybody knew the few homeless people that lived around here. And you know, now that I'm back, there's dozens of people you see on the streets every night. Hobo encampments all over the place. I mean, it is what it is. Some of them choose to do it just because they don't want to, you know, participate in the rat race that the rest of us are in. A lot of them, it's, you know, mental issues. You know, they need help. But the majority of them, it's drug addiction. That's really what causes most of the homelessness in this country, I think. People get so hooked on all the drugs that are around that they just become so dysfunctional. They can't hold a job. You can't hold a job, you can't pay rent. You can't pay rent, you end up on the street. You know, you may crash on people's couches for a while, but eventually people are going to get sick of an addict and you end up in the hobo encampments. But that's more of a problem with society in general. You know, we need to. I know it's easy to hate on homeless people and point the finger and say, you know, it's your problem, but it's a societal problem. There are problems that, you know, we need more support systems to help people get out of the downward spiral of addiction and mental problems. It's like I got a buddy, a really good friend of mine I've been friends with for years, and we fight about it all the time. You know, he just wants to round up all the homeless people and arrest them and put them in jail. And it's like, you can't do that, you know? They're not, a lot of them, it's not their fault. I mean, it is to some extent. They're not blameless in it, but once you fall into the trap of addiction, you got to throw somebody, you know, a lifeboat. They need help to get out of it. They got themselves in it, yes, but they ain't getting themselves out of it. And throwing them in jail ain't gonna fix anything. Rounding them up and deporting them isn't gonna fix anything. And around here, a lot of them are veterans. You know, they come back from active duty, from combat. Man, I love our country, and I know that the military serves its purpose, but we fuck up our people that we put in the military. I know so many people growing up that they thought it was a great idea to join the military, and so many of them, they come back with so many problems, so much PTSD, which leads to addiction and mental problems, and they just end up on that downward spiral. And sounds like y'all may not be liberals. I am what you would call a liberal. I like to help people, and I don't like to point fingers at people. I like to try and find a productive solution to things rather than just saying fuck them, get rid of them. You know, that's never a solution that'll help. Not in the long term. It might in the immediate term. But you gotta fix the underlying issues that cause that, not just go for the quick, easy fix. SoCal says, if we could take from LA inland like 50 miles, then north to San Francisco and back to the ocean and cut it out of the state, it'd be brighter. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conservatives all over the country. There's a lot of liberals, and I think we need both. You know, there's got to be a balance that you can find between the two. It's just the problem these days, I see it, is there's too much extremism on both sides. Nobody wants to communicate and talk and find a rational solution to anything. Everybody just wants to point fingers at each other and blame the other side, and you don't get anywhere. You're never going to solve anything like that. Josie says, it's not so bad here with homeless people. I see people with signs sitting on corners sometimes, but that might be their job. Josie, there's really some truth to that. After college and after I worked for a while, I saved up the money and I took 3 years off and just traveled. I blew every penny that I'd saved. I wanted to see some of the world, some of the country. And Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I ended up at. I was there for 3 months, and I came across a group of people that there was a whole house full of people that crammed, there were like 12 people that rented. It was a really nice house, but there was 12 people in a house. None of them worked. their job was panhandling. They all spread out throughout downtown Pittsburgh, and they went out and panhandled all day. And they would pile their money together at the end of the month, pay the bills, and that was their job. They all worked for a couple hours a day, bumming money off of people. But they weren't sleeping in the streets. They had a nicer house than a lot of people that I knew were living in. And there's a lot of people that do that these days. We treat our vets like shit. We do. I mean, we treat a lot of people like shit. People that just need a little helping hand, We always want to play the blame game, and it's their problem, their fault, and fuck them. And I get the rationale, like people can't be bothered, they don't want to. We all have our own struggles, our own problems. But it's too easy to just blame rather than try and help, especially with the vets, man. I don't mind helping or letting people live their life, but leave my shit alone. I'm with you there. Again, if they are being disruptive, like people who are stealing shit, breaking into places, vandalizing places, lock them up. Again, if they are breaking the law and hurting people, impacting other people around them, yeah, they're a problem. But again, in my time traveling and being poor and, commingling with a lot of these homeless people, a lot of them, they're perfectly nice people. They ain't hurting nobody. I mean, they're being shisty, going out, bumming money from people, pretending to have a family and children to feed when they all have a car and a nice home to go to at night. But it's not like they're breaking into people's houses and stealing shit or breaking into their cars or burning places down. It's a lifestyle they chose. But definitely the people that are hurting people, and that's where I get into it with my buddy, and he just wants to round them all up and get rid of them. And it's like, you can't. They're people. They're people just like you and I. They have problems. But as long as they're being homeless, living on the street, they're not hurting anybody, I mean, that's their choice. Yeah, you may not want to look at it. You don't like it. But the reality of it is unless they're breaking a law, and being homeless is not breaking a law, then there's not a whole hell of a lot you can do about it other than try and offer them some help, maybe some advice, some coaching to get them on a better path. I personally feel more like I'm in the middle, but have more conservative tendencies. I also grew up through family addiction and poverty, was even an addict myself. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us have personal experience with that, whether it's yourself or somebody that you know. And that's why I always tell people, don't be so quick to judge, What if that were your brother, your mother, your friend, Because to somebody that is. Again, as long as they're not out hurting people, help them. Don't condone or, don't shit on them. SoCal says there's a guy here that panhandles at the tourist spots downtown. He averages $500. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I was absolutely astonished the amount of money that this group of panhandlers made when I was down in Pittsburgh. And again, they were strategic about it. They had, specific spots that they had all found that they were able to maximize profit, get the most amount of donations in the shortest period of time, and they'd rotate. You got this spot today, I got that spot tomorrow, and they turned it into a system. And I mean, as skeezy as it was, shit, man, I had to, give it to them. They turned it into a system that worked. Josie, I'm sorry. I definitely voted big DJT after the mess I saw in my lifetime from Biden and Obama. The prices went up and they try to mandate things they shouldn't. Just letting all these people in. Josie, I hate to get too political in a channel here because I know that there are what I believe is not the same thing a lot of people believe, especially a lot of the people watching these streams, and I don't want to turn y'all off. I like people, no matter who they supported. What I will say, though, is I don't understand why anybody would support Trout. I just don't get it. You know, I'm not as much, even if you absolutely loathe Biden, loathe Kamala Harris, loathe Obama, like they always say it's the choice of the lesser two evils. Like I cannot wrap my head around a scenario where DJT is the lesser of any two evils. To me, I don't know. I'm gonna leave it at that. I won't get I won't go any further down that rabbit hole. I don't understand it. I've tried to have people tell me like what qualities in that man can you admire, can you say will help anybody? I mean, I don't see it. My personal belief is that that man would not piss on somebody to help save them if they were on fire, unless there was something in it for him. He ain't trying to help anybody. That's probably too far. Same reason folks supported anyone. If we all liked the same thing and did the same stuff, the world would be boring. I mean, yeah, that's where I go back to, you know, there's gotta be, you can't just have everybody liberal, everybody conservative, because one side always ends up taking things too far. You gotta have the dichotomy to, you know, have a sane middle. But there is no sane middle anymore in politics in this country. It's just extremism on both sides. You know, you got the left that wants to play fucking identity politics with everything, and the conservative right that is just, in my opinion, completely irrational. You know, I see them as creating problems to solve them so they can pat themselves on the back and say, I did this. And it's like, that was never a problem until you created it. But again, there's nobody is blameless. Like the whole identity politics nonsense is just, it baffles me, and especially how extreme it's become. And I can't believe nothing is biting on this. I just want to catch a fish. Can we get something on the line here today? This century? Imagine if everyone was a 49ers fan. Oh God. Yeah, I mean, that's just where I wish we could drop politics and forget the left and the right and just look at things sanely. Get rid of all of the hypocrisy and the sensationalism and I mean, you can't watch the news without them pulling out some one-off obscure story that they want to portray as this is what's happening everywhere, and it's not the reality. Everything's clickbait these days, and too many people don't take the time to actually research what, you know, that clickbaity, you know, title of the news story, what the reality is behind it. Because more often than not, it's not at all what they try and make it out to be. And again, that goes for both sides. There is nobody that is, no side in politics that is doing anything right at this point, in my opinion. SoCal says, I live 300 foot from the border, and I can absolutely say that the past 4 years sucked here, and it's 100% different lately. I mean, yeah, it's such a tough topic. Because again, I don't want to offend people. I have very strong opinions on the border and what has been happening and what caused what was happening. I think I might offend some people if I got into it, so I won't. I will say though that immigration in this country is a problem. It's been a problem for decades. It's not something new. It didn't start under Obama. It didn't start under Biden. It didn't start under Trump. It's been a hot button topic for decades, and we have had numerous chances to implement sane immigration policies that would facilitate proper immigration into this country, because we do need it and we want it. Again, you got to remember, that's what this country was founded upon, is immigration. None of us are fucking from here. Yeah, we were born here, but our families, our ancestors, they all came from somewhere else. We came here, stole the land from the Indians, and we've been immigrating and growing as a country from immigration ever since. So we need immigration in this country, but we need sane laws, and we need a sane court system that is able to implement and facilitate those laws and regulations. Right now we don't. Border agencies aren't funded well. Our policies for immigration are stupid and archaic, and they just don't work. We have a system to where people come into this country and they start the process, and it's 3 to 5 years before they get their court date to ever actually, you know, move on with it. And you can't fix that by just kicking everybody out. We need to properly fund our court system so we can expedite those processes. If people apply to immigrate to this country and they do so legally, it should be a short period of time for us to get them into court, process, validate, vet them, and say yes or no. You know, and if they don't belong here, then get rid of them. But you can't just not allow people in, and you can't allow people in and then kick the can down the road for 3 to 5 years until something comes out of it. So it's a broken system, and both sides have had ample chance to fix it, but nobody ever seems to when they have the majority to do so. It's just one of those issues that it attracts enough voters on both sides that I don't think, honestly, anybody in politics wants to fix it. They want to keep it as a hot button topic to rile people up and get them to participate in elections. As hard as it is to say, without politics, America would have already been blown up. I mean, that's true too. You can't have pure anarchy, and that's another thing I get arguments with a couple of my buddies. Is they don't want laws, they don't want rules, they don't want anarchy. Won't work. You know, people are too stupid. We would destroy ourselves. We need some, you know, some borders, some sanity in order to not get too chaotic. SoCal, is that hurricane gonna mess up Mexico or what? Oh, I didn't hear about a hurricane. We always push it to the back burner. DJT pulls it to the front burner. DJT is out there with a flamethrower and a hose, man. I heard that the other day. Somebody describes him as an arsonist with a fire hose. And to me, that is a completely accurate description of him. He sets things on fire just so he can put them out. So you may not agree with that, and again, that's your right not to agree with that. But that's how I and a lot of Americans, not even Americans, people around the world see him. He's an antagonist. He likes to create problems and chaos so he can be the one that fixes them. And it's not. I'm sorry, you guys. We really should get off the politics here. We're fishing. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, and I don't want to upset anyone. Let's enjoy the fishing stream. Maybe I need to throw my. See, this is why I liked having 2 poles. I hate fishing in rivers that only allow 1 pole. Oh. We got a nudge. Y'all see that? It moved. Let's do this. It's probably the damn bullhead. I put worms on there because sometimes the carp do like worms, but the damn bullhead's always. Always harass my pole when I got worms on it. I wasn't even aware there was a hurricane. Yeah, me either, SoCal. I haven't heard anything about it. I guess it hit landfall today as a Cat 3. There's no money in the cure. There's a bunch of money in the problem, though. That is it, SoCal. There is. That's politics. It's better for them, honestly, to not fix problems and to just kick the can down the road, because they can keep using it to raise funding, to rile people up, to pit people against each other. And that's the thing about politics that absolutely drives me nuts. Is if we had actually sane people representing us in politics, the problems we have are not so big and so complicated that they couldn't be resolved. It's not that they can't be resolved, it's that the politicians we elect don't want them to be resolved, because that's what continues to get them elected. Yeah, our views are opposite, but you're still my buddy. I can tell you're a good guy. We may disagree, but you're still fishing. I appreciate that. And again, I try and always find middle ground with people. And what I struggle with is when I get into politics with people is having a rational conversation. Like, again, if you believe one thing that I don't, I want to know why you believe it. Like, tell me, what is it that makes you so strong in your belief on that? And I can rarely get that from people without them just purely getting upset and things getting petty. It turns from us talking about a topic to somebody, digging into me personally, when it has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to understand why you believe what you believe. I can tell you why I believe what I believe. I can give you a million reasons. You may not agree with those reasons, but I'm happy to rationalize why I believe one thing versus another. And I find so many people, especially on the conservative right, that I don't get rational responses from them. I get anger, and I get them repeating things that they think are truth that are fantasy, that are things that they have seen and heard, and that they believe them because they believe the person who told it to them, but have no basis in reality. And that's where we just diverge, and it ends up being you're banging your head against the wall. You're not getting anywhere other than people being upset with each other, and I hate that. Amanda Degenhart said hi. Hey, Amanda, welcome to the stream. Always nice to see a new face here. Welcome. Oh, okay, I'm on the Baja side of Max, not mainland Max. Oh, you guys are still talking about the hurricane. Yeah, I don't. We have hurricane level winds up here in Montana, but we're so far from any ocean, we don't get actual hurricanes. I wasn't too sure on it. I heard on the radio, figured you might have known something being that close. Yeah, I haven't even heard it. I don't watch TV these days. I really don't. I get so sick of mainstream media and all the crap that comes with it that I'd rather be fishing. Alright, we are going to reposition the pole. I'm not staring at this jiggling. Are you fucking kidding me? That ain't even the same rock. Hold on. If I snagged up again, I'm gonna be a little mad. These fucking bullhead keep moving my shit. I swear they're taunting me. They're just coming over here dragging my bait underneath these flat rocks. There we go. What do you bet the worms are gone? Alright, worms gone and one bread ball's gone. Bait her back up here. Oh, I'm gonna break my neck on this thing. I'd rather be outside fishing, hunting, or riding a dirt bike than watching TV. Yeah, me too. I mean, I do enjoy. I work in front of a computer, and I have for 20 plus years. So I spend too much time sitting on my butt in front of a computer. It gets real old real quick. So I enjoy my time outside. And I don't dirt bike anymore. I used to when I was a kid. I had an absolute blast. My grandpa got me into it. He used to be, I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Evel Knievel. It was he held world records for long jumping his bike for years. His son now, I think, does the same thing. But my grandpa grew up riding with Evel Knievel, and so he was big into racing and dirt bikes, and God, the stories he used to tell. So he got me into it when I was pretty young, and I rode through my teens. And then actually I got my first street bike when I was, I think, 17 or 18. I rode that until I blew the motor up in it. But I haven't really done it since. I miss it. I did enjoy it, but I'm too. I don't know how at your age you get into doing the crazy stuff like that. Like I was crazy in my youth. I snowboarded, I did dirt bike riding, shit like that. Yeah, I was an adrenaline junkie, but I've hurt myself enough times doing it that it's just, it ain't worth it. You know, you don't think about it when you're a kid, but I'm still paying the price for, you know, the shoulder injury I did to myself when I was 16. So these days I'm more for quality of life than I am for adrenaline. I don't need to hurt myself anymore. I wake up with enough aches and pains as it is, and I'm only 42 years old. Time will add plenty of that for me. I don't need to help it along. You're a two-stroke. Wait, hold on. Robbie, yeah, that's the son's name, Robbie. Yeah, God, I'll have to dig him out sometime. It was one of the few things my grandpa left me when he passed, is his photo albums. He used to paint all Evel Knievel's bikes. Again, he was a body man, a paint man. So he's got all sorts of Evel Knievel memorabilia and frickin' photos from way back in the day. Really cool. They used to live some interesting lives back then. I feel like our society has so much moved away from that. She said, "Are you a four-stroke or a two-stroke guy?" I love the two-stroke power band. He says, "I'm a two-stroke guy, but they're banned in California now, so I got a four-stroke." They ban anything fun in California. Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those things that some of it's rational, some of it's completely irrational. The whole gas engines versus, you know, electric, like there's rational positions on both sides, but California just takes everything fucking too far. They make something that could be a perfectly rational thing to do irrational by just taking it too far. Fucking pole holder won't stick in the ground. Started riding 2 and desert racing at 13. Now that I stopped, my body hates me. I bet. 48 years of shit does bad things to you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And when you're young, you think you're freaking invincible, and you know, I get hurt, I'll heal, and good God, man, decades later, that shit still hurts, and then it just hurts worse and worse, and take care of yourself while you can. Yeah. Oh God, that was a cool little bike. But then he had a thing, the thing I enjoyed riding that I really learned how to. I think it was an old like military issue. It had these fatty, like stubby little tires on it, and it was a little two-stroke engine, and it wasn't high CC. It didn't go very fast, but you could ride that sucker up a sheer cliff, and that's what I started learning how to do, is climbing. I never really got into racing. I never got into jumping. I liked climbing. I like climbing my bikes. And I can remember, I think I was probably 6 or 7 years old. And there was one of the spots we used to go ride in between Great Falls, Montana and Vaughan, Montana. There's oh, we're getting some nails. Oh shit, there's the pole holder. But there's a spot that I used to ride that there was a super steep trail that would go up. And every time I'd go there to ride it, I'd stop at the bottom of it and look at it and be like, I want to go up that, but then I'd chicken out. And I remember the first time that I decided that I was just going to go for it. Yeah, this is a little bullhead on here I can feel. There we go. Yeah, little bullhead. We got a fish, folks. Look at that. Oh. Finally, it's a little shitter. It's a fish. There she is, little yellow bullhead. I don't know if y'all got these around where you live. They don't get much bigger than that here. They're, 6'8". I think I've caught, the biggest one that I caught was 9 or 10 inches. I can bring it back up here. Oh. There we go. They're part of the catfish family. Let's see, bad lighting here. Maybe I can turn the camera around, you can see it a little better. Oh, stop it, stop it, stop it. All right. I got the hook out of him. That's the problem with these things, which is why I usually don't like catching them, and this one's not too bad. God, man, half the time you catch these, I swear, by the time you get them to the shore, they've eaten and halfway pooped out the hook by the time you get them. And you just have to absolutely gut them to get them out. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. They're cute little guys. They're just a baby catfish. This one's a yellow bullhead. So we get two different species here, yellow bullheads and black bullheads. And they look really, really similar. The black bullheads are a little bit darker in color, but the way you tell them apart is the barbels. The black bullheads have very dark, like almost sheer black barbels. And the yellow bullheads have yellow to gray barbels. Cute little guys, but they have, like a catfish, you can see they have the little barbs at this top fin and the side fins. And if you get stuck with one of them, oh God, it stings, and it stings for days. We'll let this little shitter go. There we go. All right, we have got the skunk out. Now let's catch a frickin' carp, a big one. I'll find a better place for the pole holder. Hey, Deborah Pot, welcome back. That was the first fish on my live. Well, that there's been viewers in the room. I did catch, I take that back. The first night that I streamed, Josie was in here and I caught two little baby bass on a whopper plopper. But other than that, I caught 3 fish yesterday, and there were zero viewers in the room. And yeah, so that's the first one today on stream that more than one person was here to witness. You had to go to Arizona to buy a lawnmower. Oh god. Had a really bad crash in 2021, spent 16 months in recovery, still can't throw a ball because of that. Sucks, man. Injuries like that really suck. That's it. That's like my shoulder. I screwed my shoulder up the first time when I was 16 years old snowboarding, and it has never healed. I've dislocated it half a dozen times since then. My older brother got me into dirt bikes, but we did hill climb. Thankfully, I never took any hard falls, but they shut them down around here for being too dangerous. I haven't caught a worthy fish on live. All I've been catching is dinks. Baby carp yesterday, the baby bass the day before that, and then after the baby carp, I caught some of the smallest perch I've ever caught in my life. I mean, they were literally 2-3 inches, just itty bitty little things. And I was catching them on these 1/0 bait hooks too, which, I mean, that's just absurd. Now, the reason I fish here is that carp. I want to pull that carp back out that I had on the line last year. I'm telling you, man, if you guys see this thing, you will, nobody believes me how big the damn thing was. And I didn't have it on camera. So I need to redeem myself here. I need to catch it so people will believe me that the behemoth lives here. It's a state record. I guarantee you, if I can get it out of here, it's a state record. I think the biggest carp right now on state record here in Montana is like 38 pounds or something like that. And this sucker had to be pushing 50. So, if I can get it to come out and play, I will officially be a state record holder. Should be pretty cool. That's what I want to do. I want to chase some records. There's one hole that I fish at that I know a state record tiger muskie can be pulled out of. This spot right here, I know a state record carp can be pulled out of. I don't know. None of the places that I fish have big enough pike for the pike record. One of the places that I fish currently, the walleye record is out of. Your 2021 crash tore every muscle, tendon, and ligament off the bone from the collarbone to the elbow. Good God. Yeah, that's rough, SoCal. Something like that. I mean, you'll get better, but you probably will never fully heal from that. 38-inch, 40.2 pound caught from Nelson Reservoir. See, yeah, most of our state records come from eastern Montana. Nelson Reservoir, Fort Peck, the dredge cuts, and they're all in, general vicinity. They're all in the same area. And unfortunately, it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive to get over there from here. One of these days I'm gonna do like a week or two vacation, and maybe once I officially retire, I'll spend more time over there. But there are a handful of state records that have come out of central and western Montana. Excuse me, the walleye being one of them. I think the walleye record keeps going back and forth between Holter Lake and Tiber Reservoir, which are both about hour and a half drive from here, and I do fish both of those water bodies. I suck at walleye fishing. I've caught one big walleye, and everything else I've caught was just dinks. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm fishing the spots where the big ones are. I can't get them on the end of my line to save my life. And I've gotten much better at pike fishing. Again, I've landed a couple of 20-plus pounders. But again, the pike record here in Montana has sat since, like, what did you say that one is? No, that one's 98. I think the pike record here was set in like 1968 or some shit like that. And they only have, it's either a weight or a length on it, but not both. There's no pictures of it. It's just this wild catch that there's very little information on, and I don't understand how they allow it to stay in the record books. But I would love to chase some records. I want to get my name in the record book. I use FishBrain. I know I talk about that a lot, but on FishBrain, there's basically a record standing for every water body between all the FishBrain users, and I've got top carp, top pike, and multiple different water bodies around here. But I want an actual state record. Montana state record for northern pike, 37.5 pounds, caught, 1972 in Tongue River. And again, Tongue River Reservoir, I'm fairly certain that's, again, eastern Montana. I don't know what it is about eastern Montana water bodies. That's where all of our monster fish come from. But I don't get how it doesn't have a length. There's no picture associated with it. Like, none of the modern standards that are required for getting into the record book hold true for any of the old records. They allow this 50+ year old frickin' record to stand, that there's almost no proof of it. Can you imagine catching a 38-pound pike? Good God. Yes, please. Sign me up. I know that 22.5 pounder that I caught. In fact, let me see. Let me show you guys a picture of that. And like I said, I normally catch and release. This one was hooked so badly that by the time I got him out of the water, he would not swim away. So, alright, you can see that. That chunky bastard. Not super long, it was only 42 inches, but was just fat, 22.5 pounds. Really nice fish. And I've caught a couple that they weren't quite that big, but that were over 20 pounds. Let me see, what was the walleye that I caught last year? Not the biggest walleye ever, but it was, what, 6 pounds, 12 inches, or 12 ounces, and 27.5 inches. Good sized walleye. That, believe it or not, that's the first walleye I ever caught. And since then, all I've caught was babies. I mean, it's by no means a record walleye, but that thing was a tank. It was fun. These are probably one of the coolest things I think we can catch around here. Pallid sturgeon. They're just, it's a literal dinosaur. You guys have sturgeon down there? I know we have pallid sturgeon, we have shovel-nosed sturgeon, And apparently in a couple water bodies here in Montana, there are white sturgeon. I've never caught one of those. I've caught pallid, I've caught the shovel nose, but I've never caught a white. Pike, walleye, and muskie are on your bucket list. Hell yeah. Muskie is one that I've been trying hard for the last few years to get in the bag. But thus far, I had one last year next to the boat, and I just could not get the damn thing in the net. Had it close enough to see and, you know, estimate the size on it and see that it was a pretty nice fish. It was probably around 30 inches. By no means, you know, a monster, but that same water body that I caught that in, there are a few 50 plus inchers that they pull out every year. One lake here has white sturgeon, but they're so protected that you can't even take them out of the water or you remove the hook. Yeah, see that I messed up with that one. The picture that I just showed you is a pallid sturgeon, and they're incredibly endangered. It's something like in the Missouri River, it's estimated that there's something like, I want to say it's I could be completely misquoting this, but I want to say it was 2,000 breeding age pallid sturgeons left in the Missouri in the wild. So they're incredibly endangered, and they're super protected. And just like that, you're not even supposed to take them out of the water. The problem is you then have shovel-nosed sturgeon, which look almost identical to a pallid sturgeon, and you're allowed to keep shovel-nose as long as they're under 40 inches. So the only way that you can really tell the difference between the two is the barbels. They have barbels on the chin. Hey, bass brain buddy. I recognize your name from Skipjack Cindy's live, I think. Hers are Outfish Ontario's. At any rate, welcome. Appreciate you joining. We're attempting to carp fish right now, and all I've caught so far is one little yellow bullhead. But yeah, the only way that you can identify or distinguish between a pallid sturgeon and a shovel-nosed sturgeon is the position of the barbels on the, you know, the lower jaw. I think it's the pallid sturgeon, which is the endangered one, they're in a straight line. And on the shovel-nose, they're in an arc. So like you got to take it out and you really got to look at it to tell the difference between the two. And I didn't know the distinguishing features between the two. So yeah, I had that one out of the water for a short while. It swam away, thankfully, with no problems. But yeah, if you do catch them, it's like that, like we were saying with the white sturgeon there, you're supposed to take them out of the water. You've been fishing for the sturgeon in the lake here for almost a decade and still never got one. And that's the white sturgeon. I don't know if it's any different than, well, see, that's totally different conditions. Where we catch them here, they do have them in lakes. I've never caught them in the lake. We catch them in the Missouri River about 100 miles from here during spawning season. They call it the sturgeon run up the river to get back to the spawning grounds. And you will typically catch them in the current, in the super fast current, because the Missouri runs really, really fast there. You know, it's white caps, it's like rapids. But you catch them in the strong current, on the bottom, off of worm balls. I don't know if white sturgeon are the same way, if they'll eat worm balls. I would imagine they probably would. Do you bottom fish for them? What is your strategy you've been trying to get them? Heck yeah, I can dig it, man. I've been looking for carp around me to catch. Still haven't pulled one out. I heard the fight is wild. Bass brain carp, they're one of my top favorite fish to fight, and there is, in my opinion, not another freshwater species you can catch that will give you a fight even comparable to a carp, a big carp, a good carp. The female carp, from what I've seen, don't fight nearly as hard. The male carps, though, I mean, a 3-pounder can feel like you got a 10, 12-pounder on the line. A 10, 12-pound male will feel like you got a 30-pounder on the line. Like, they are fun. Carolina rigworms. So you're trying to catch them with artificial bait. See, and that goes against what I don't know. I've seen mixed opinions on sturgeon. From what I've read, they typically don't eat other fish unless it's dead fish. They're kind of like a bottom feeder. That they mostly feed on insects. And that they say, again, they will eat worms and they will eat cut bait sometimes. I've never heard of somebody catching it, at least a pallet or a shovel nose off of an artificial lure. We use worm balls here. So you get either a treble hook, a good sized treble hook, or a nice sized bait hook, like a 1/0 or a 3/0, like I'm using for carp right now. And you cram like 2-3 worms on there. You get a literal like ball of worms. And you throw it out there in the fast current with, a 2-3+ ounce sinker, so it's not skipping down the heavy current. That's what we catch them on here. It usually is worm balls. But I don't know about the white sturgeon. And I think like you're saying, the white sturgeon that you're catching is in the lake. I think a couple of water bodies that we have here that white sturgeon are in, they're in lakes as well. So the methodology, the strategy that you use to catch them is probably completely different. Oh, good God, we got a transient guy back here fucking screaming. This stream could get interesting here, folks. Oh, okay, so you're using night crawlers, not artificial worms. Okay. Yeah, try a worm ball. Try, instead of just one, big dangly night crawler, throw a shitload of them on there. Get just a ball of them. Bass says, I love smallmouth. The best fight I ever had was muskie up in PA. It was huge. Caught it on a whopper plopper while wade fishing. Nice. Topwater action is so fun. I have not had a whole lot of fish bite on topwater in the years that I've been trying it. But the handful of fish that I have caught topwater, pike in particular, it's just explosive. They shoot out of the water, grab that shit, and they're dancing and flopping on the top of the water. And it's usually in super shallow water. So again, they're fighting for their life. Good fights. But carp are usually way funner, honestly. Especially if you can get a good one that wants to fight. And this spot is typically pretty good for carp. It's just fishing's been off the past few days. We've had such hot weather and nothing wants to bite. Besides the babies. I don't know why the babies are all out eating. Topwater tuna is the most fun you'll ever have fishing. Topwater for tuna, huh? That does sound fun. I don't think we have tuna in any water bodies here in Montana. So I don't think I'll be topwater tuna fishing anytime soon. What did he say? Topwater tuna is most fun. Yeah, that frog bite in Gunter's Phil saying. I've fished frogs. I've fished small ducks. I've never got a hit off of them. I've got a couple of follows off of them. Never actually landed anything off of them. What I want to get, I'm curious, have any of you ever fished them? Have you ever seen a topwater snake lure? It's like watching a submarine come out of the water on your popper. I bet. That sounds fun. Oh, this wind. Yeah, topwater action, it's hard to beat topwater if you can get the fish to bite on it. I try it quite often, you know, early mornings and evenings when you just see there's so much action, but you know, fish feeding on bugs. I throw whopper ploppers and various different topwater rigs. I got a couple of dragonflies that I like to toss. A couple of poppers. And I've never had the greatest luck on it. You have an 18-inch snake I throw in the canals in the desert. Devin, make a video of it. If you don't have a video of it, make some videos of that. You should, at least. That I've seen a handful of videos, and even if you're not catching stuff, just the action on it, the movement on it, they are so cool. But I really think during early season and late season, when the pike around here are in the shallows, man, I can only imagine the action you'd get on a lure like that. I've never seen anyone around here throw one, and I think the fish would probably gobble the crap out of it, just because they've never seen it before. You ever catch any far yet? They can be tricky. I've been trying to get on them too far. You mean gar? I assume that's a typo and you meant gar. Far, F-A-R. Okay, gar. All right, that's what I thought you meant. I have not. We don't have them in central Montana. Again, we have them in a handful of water bodies in eastern Montana. God, this guy's back here screaming. I don't think he's on the phone. There's nobody back there with him. He's just screaming. Topwater rats. Oh yeah, bass. I know the autocorrect. I swear to God, it wants me to appear as if I'm illiterate or retarded or both. I hate autocorrect. We're getting nibbles again. I think I got another yellow bullhead playing with the line here. But no, I haven't caught any gar. It's on my bucket list. We have short-nosed gar here. We don't have long-nosed gar. I think there's at least one other subspecies of them. One of these days I'm gonna do like a week or two long trip over to eastern Montana and try and hit up some of the holes that have gar. Last weekend over Father's Day, I went to a lake trying to catch lake trout. I've never caught a lake trout before, and we have them in a handful of water bodies here in central Montana, and they get to be quite sizable, 20, 30 plus pounds. But the water, it's been so warm here. The water temperature at the surface was like 65 and almost 70 degrees by the time of the end of the day. And from what I understand, lake trout, they stay in like 53 to 58 degree water, which means, you know, this time of the year, you gotta fish for them 50, 60, 70 feet down. You're gonna have to make a trip this way. Gar are super normal. It's crazy to hear y'all talk about them, but we have almost no trout here except for loaded ponds. Yeah, see, it's weird. In the West Coast here, we have, or at least here in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, we have trout in almost every water body. I mean, this water body I'm fishing in right here's got rainbow trout, brown trout, there's brook trout. They're not a frequent catch, but if you go to, you know, the lakes here, Holter Lake is the closest one. And in fact, I'll have to do that, because you're not the first person. There are quite a few people that have come in here so far that said that they don't have trout in their area. That water body, I can, if it's a decent day fishing, I can limit out. I can catch 10 trout in 2 to 3 hours trolling. They're not monsters, but You'll get maybe 1 or 2 salmon, kokanee salmon in with them, which are part of the trout family. And those are actually fun. But I normally don't go after them because I don't eat them. I don't like to eat them. And they're not... I've never had a trout on the end of the line that was like, wow, that was a really fun fight. I've just never been impressed by a trout. You have to buy a harvest license there specifically for them. And I see here in Montana, the only one you need a specific license for is bull trout. And you don't have to buy it, you just go to Fish Wildlife and Park and they'll issue it to you, but you can't get it over the counter at a sporting goods store. You have to go to, an FWP location. And that's because I guess the bull trout are quite endangered. It's a native species here and it's endangered in most of the waters that it's in. So they're catch and release only in almost all of the water bodies you can catch them here. But we have all sorts we have golden trout here. We have, there's one other one that I want to catch. I can't remember what the hell it's called. But the only 2 that I've ever caught, I've caught quite a few rainbows and I've caught a handful of browns. Browns can get pretty big here. But most of the water, you can't keep them. I don't understand why. If you're 14 or younger, they'll allow you to keep 1 brown trout in most water bodies, but most water bodies here, they don't allow you to harvest them. Brook trout I've never caught. Those are some of the coolest looking trout. They're so colorful, but they're usually just itty bitty little things. There's quite a few places around here you can catch them, but it's usually in the super shallow streams that I tend not to fish them. They're more geared towards fly fishermen. Extra 22 bucks and 1 pond within 100 miles. The pond's small, maybe 12 by 20, and you can just pick them up. Oh. Well, Silke, you were in here yesterday when I was at Giant Springs and I showed you all the feeding pond there with the giant rainbows in it. I don't think Crow was in here. But they get that big in a handful of water bodies around here. The record rainbow and brown trout in Montana are just humongous. That I want to say 30 plus pounds. They're behemoths. I mean, the biggest that I've caught, I think, was the brown that I caught, and it was like 21 inches, a few pounds. But the water body that I fish for tiger muskie out of, every season, there's a few 10 to 15 pounders pulled out of there, which is that's huge for a trout. I like them. They're gnarly looking. In fact, that place, I'm surprised they have, I guess it's been that long. When I was younger, somebody broke into that place, that little fenced in yard where they keep those. They jumped over the barbed wire fence. And they got them on video camera. They were wearing masks and they had 50-gallon plastic trash cans. And they went in there waiting and they stole every one of those giant trout out of there and hauled them back over the barbed wire fence and made off with them. I don't think they ever caught the person that did that. So it's surprising to me that they still have them in there like that. I'm fairly certain that those are ones that they use in the breeding program, because again, that facility that we were at is the hatchery. They raise a few different types of trout, and then I think they also have walleye and a handful of other things that they incubate there, and then they take and stock. Not only in Montana, but I think it's like a 3 or 5 state radius around Montana that they bring them to stock. Yeah, for Crow, I'm gonna have to take a video of the Giant Springs, the hatchery there. Yeah, I mean, it's a rare sight in the wild that you would ever see a trout that big. But the reason they get that big is because they're in captivity. And then I don't know if you noticed all the people that were around the pond while I was there, but they feed them. There's these little like gumball machines, you know, set up that you can throw a quarter in, and they'll give you a fistful of fish pellets. So those fish sit in that tiny little tank all throughout the spring and summer months, and they get fed every day from the tourists, people traveling through, and they just fatten them up. But I think the coolest thing that was in there, not just the sheer size of them, is the fact that they have albino in there. Oh yeah, when you throw the pebbles in there, they rampage. And in fact, the next time I go and get it on video, I'll have to do that, because it's like the videos you see of the people on the oil rigs or whatever, where they throw a chunk of meat or, you know, something off the edge of it, the 100+ feet down to the water, and before it even hits the water, you can see the fish swarming and like they're following it to get to it. That's how the trout are in that pond. You throw a pebble and it's a race between all them fat bastards to see which one can get the pellet. It's quite the sight. But the albino ones in there are neat, and the fact that they're so old, like I gotta ask them the next time. I want to say that they're like 12, 15 years old. They're all at the end stage, you know, life cycles, but they get that big hook jaw on the bottom, and it's just gnarly. They look like spawning salmon, you know, at the end of their life cycle. Big old protruding, you know, gnarly bottom jaw. It's like nothing else. I don't know that you would ever catch one out in the wild like that. Someone put a larger northern in the trout pond a few years back and caught himself over $30,000 in fines. Wow. Yeah, I will honestly say that I have thought about feeding a handful of baby northerns into my local bass pond, because I've never been a huge bass fisherman, and I love northern pike fishing, and I would love a pike pond, but I know it's illegal, I know it's immoral, and I know if I got caught doing it that they would throw the book at me, so I haven't done it, but I won't lie, the thought has crossed my mind. I always throw a handful of gravel in the lake when I fish for stock trout. It pisses people off, but I always limit. Do they allow boats in the pond, or are you just bank fishing? I've caught trout from the shore. The better trout fishing for me has always been trolling. A lot of people don't like trolling. They think it's too boring, or that it's cheating, or whatever. You want to talk about cheating? Look at all the people on frickin' YouTube with the forward-facing sonars, and it's like video game fishing. They get on there and it's like, yeah, you can catch 27 and 30+ inch walleye all day because you can literally see them on your screen in front of you. You drive around until you see the fish, you throw the lure out, which you can see, and you watch the fish either ignore or chase the lure. Like, trolling, I mean, yeah, I got a fish finder. I can tell maybe what depth they're at and that it's a fish, but I don't know what kind of fish it is, and I can't see my lure on the screen. And muskie fishing is the hardest shit I've ever tried. Ultimate test of patience and consistency. Yeah, I've been fishing for muskie for a few years, and I've had one next to the boat. I couldn't land it, and then I've had one other solid bite on it. Again, the tiger muskie here, not full-blown muskie. We have the hybrids here, and they're stocked only. But the ponds that they do stock them in, they grow to be some monsters. 40 inchers are quite common, and they pull out every year, you know, a handful of 50+ inchers. Yeah, I believe it's SoCal. I ran into a guy a couple of weekends ago that was at Pishkin Reservoir where I like to pike fish, and I kept one pike from the trip to fillet and eat, and he was asking me, how the fishing was for him, and I told him, I caught 9, but 8 of the 9 were, 21 inches or less. They were just babies, and I told him that's the smallest pike I've ever caught from that water body. And he was just telling me he was having a hell of a time catching them, that, he had only caught 3 and he was there for 9 hours, which isn't bad, I mean, but it isn't great either. A good day there trolling, I could catch, 15, 20 plus pike. But anyways, we got talking, and I was asking him if he'd ever been to Ackley Lake, which is where the tiger muskies are. And he told me, yeah, he had caught 3 so far this year. And I was like, God damn it, what do you mean 3 so far this year? I've been there 3 years in a row and haven't caught 1. And he was telling me that he trolls for them in 5 to 10 foot of water, so super, super shallow, in weedy patches with 2 to 5 inch X-wraps and shad wraps, so shallow diving cranks. And he said that he's caught 3 of them this year, all 30 plus inch, no monsters, but 3 of them so far this year in super shallow water, slow trolling. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I have trolled that lake for probably 100 hours combined. But I'm using musky lures. I'm using, the big old, what everybody says are musky lures. 8 inch, 9 inch, 10 inch, 12 inch frickin' soft bodies, swim baits. Oh, man, I've gone through my whole arsenal of frickin' tackle trying to catch them there. And he said, nope, shallows and itty bitty little crankbaits. So next time I go there, I'm gonna have to try. But he did also say that he's been fishing it a few years too, and that the bite just shuts off in late May. He said of all the ones that he caught last year and this year, they were all in early to mid-May. Well, see, for Crow, you're probably catching them in rivers. We don't really have them in rivers here. They're in a couple of ponds and lakes, so the tactic to fish them is probably slightly different. But I've run into a couple other dudes. The dude that I ran into last year, he said that he's been fishing it heavily. He lives, 10 miles from the pond, so he drops his boat. And heaves them, 8 ounce, 16 ounce plus big musky lures. He was showing me his arsenal. He had probably $1,000 worth of musky lures in his boat. It was just bucket after bucket of monster lures. But that's how he caught him, which is completely, divergent from what the other guy was catching him at, other than, fairly shallow, weedy water. But he said that he was catching them all year long, not just in May. You'll be saltwater fishing bay tomorrow with the wife. Oh, did you decide you're gonna go? Nice halibut or a shark. Hey, Josie. Yeah, we caught one little yellow bullhead, and I think I've got another bullhead here picking at my bait, but I haven't set the hook. I'm trying to catch the behemoth carp that lives under the bridge here. But not great luck yet, Josie. The weather's just been so hot. We're 92, 94 degree weather right now. The water temperature right now is probably well above 70 degrees. A lot of the fish aren't active. Carp are one of the few fish that I think are super active during hot days like this. She asked if we could fish, so I can't say no. That's right, SoCal. I asked the girlfriend, you know, if she wants to go fishing, and every once in a while she'll go with me. Same for my son. Every once in a while he wants to go with me, but normally he says he wants to go fishing, but he doesn't want to actually fish. He likes to treasure hunt. He goes and digs through the rocks. He finds rocks. He finds shiny things. Yeah, you missed it, Josie. It's all right. I suppose I could set the hook on this little bugger that's been picking at my line here. I could probably pull out another bullhead. They're cute little guys. Most of the time they bite the hook so deep that you end up maiming the poor little guys trying to get the hook out. So I don't like to catch them usually. But yeah, we've had thus far in the 3 days of streaming that I've done, I've had very, very poor catch rate. I'm surprised y'all stick around. I have about the least productive fishing live in the history of YouTube thus far. I don't know, I gotta find some places that I can take the boat to, that I can also stream. I have much better luck fishing from my boat than I do bank fishing usually. Yeah, definitely, SoCal. Good luck. I probably won't be fishing because I think we're going to be rained out tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. I might try if the rain's not super bad and it's not super windy. But if you go out, I don't know if you're going to have. I guess that's probably the same problem I have. I don't know if you're going to have cell signal. I need to find some good places I can put the boat in that I get good cell signal. There's one place here in town that I pike fish that I can put the boat in. But this time of the year, there's so many people that are out jet skiing and jet boating, and it's annoying to try and fish around that. Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, man, if we can get hit here with a carp, if I can get this lunker to come out, you guys will see probably one of the biggest carp you've ever seen on the end of a line. If I can get him to come out again. I was just beside myself when I had this one on the shore last year, and I kick myself every time I think about it for just not jumping in and barrel hugging the damn thing and dragging him onto shore. He was a specimen. He was like nothing else I've ever seen. I mean, I watch a lot of. I don't know if you guys have ever watched European carp fishing videos. They take that shit seriously over there, and they do get some really big carp. But it was on par with some of the biggest. Holy shit! What was that? You guys, the camera wasn't down. Oh, there he is. It's a little gopher. I wish I had the camera pointed down. There was a gopher, a ground squirrel that zipped by me below here and ducked into a hole, and then I said, "What was that?" And he poked his head back out and then came out of the hole and zipped back down the bank. But yeah, this carp was on par with some of the biggest, best carps I've seen on some of those European carp channels. He was just a behemoth, and he lived right here. One of these days, I'm gonna get him to come back out and play, hopefully. Did I just hook myself? I just hooked myself on the same place I snagged myself earlier. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, guys. It has not been my day. I don't want to tie another one on. Come out of there. It is. It's right back on that same. I knew that snag is there. I've snagged my crap on it multiple times in the past. And I keep doing it. Oh, I hate you. One of these days I'm gonna get some scuba gear and dig in there and pull whatever that is out. Oh. All right, let's try going down the other way. I'm pretty sure it's a chunk of freaking asphalt that's down there. They redid, there's a river's edge trail that goes down here. And I think they just peeled up the damn old surface and hucked it into the water instead of hauling it away. Let's see if we can unsnag this. I have a feeling I'm going to be tying another rig on here though. Oh, there she goes. Howdy, guys. Oh, all right. A little bit, a few bullheads. Down here trying to catch a carp, but haven't had any carp action yet. Yellow and black bullheads? Oh, yeah. Throw a worm on a hook and you'll catch them all day long here.
I think I'll have to try that another time. I don't have any worms with me, but you guys have been wanting catfish. Bullhead are the closest.
I'm carp fishing now. I got a few. They've been sitting in the sun all day, so they're fairly soggy. But you guys can have some worms. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm trying to avoid the bullheads.
I don't blame you. I hooked into pretty good carp not too terribly long ago.
Oh, there's a...
We got two of them that were about 16, 18 inches out on the Missouri off of Plunkett Creek, just right off that.
Oh, yeah.
Area.
Yeah, no, I carp fish down here from time to time, and there's an absolute lunker that lives right here. I had him on the line last year. But yeah, they've been sitting in the sun all day. They're super gooey, but just throw a little chunk on there, and you guys are welcome to hop right in here. I just got one pole in the water. But yeah, they bite all day long here. You can use certain pistols, shotgun season for whitetail. The first whitetail I ever got was with a shotgun and a slug. A buddy of mine, he's a taxidermist, but he also always got calls from farmers, and this particular place was a sod farm to catch rattlesnakes. He'd fill a freezer every year, and he made really cool stuff out of it. He's got flesh-eating beetles and stuff that he uses to clean them up, and he makes sculptures, articulated sculptures of the skeleton of the rattlesnakes. But anyways, he had permission on this sod farm to deer hunt, and he brought me with him, but they wouldn't allow rifles there because the machinery they use to irrigate the sod farm is super expensive, so they would only allow shotgun. So I ended up shooting my first whitetail with a slug. Thing was running, barreling straight at me, and I'm hiding in the trees, and I ended up hitting it square in the chest, and it ass over end and fell, like literally like right in front of me. I didn't even have to walk, but 2 feet to gut him. One of the coolest hunting experiences I think I've ever had. Buddy of mine bow hunts though. I'm not a good enough shot. You gotta get so close when you're bow hunting. I'd never get anything. But that same guy that does the taxidermy, he had a few screws loose. He was kind of a nutty guy, funny guy, but nutty as hell. He goes bear hunting, black bear hunting. He hunts with a pistol, black bear hunting with a pistol. Like, you're nuts, man. Who goes into the woods to look for a bear armed with nothing but a pistol? Like, that just seems insane to me. You can't hunt with rifles there. You can't hunt with rifles? Like in the state in general, or just in the general vicinity of where you live? Tip for you though, if you want to catch them, they have a really timid bite. You probably want to hold your pole so you can feel it. Really small bites. If you want to get one, you're probably gonna have to hold the pole to feel it. Otherwise, they're just gonna eat your worm and swim away. Every once in a while, they'll swallow the worm and you'll get a real solid continuous bite. But most of the time, it's just a tick tick tick. And if you ain't setting the hook, it's kind of like sucker fishing. If you don't set the hook right away, they'll just eat the worm off your hook and swim away. What do I do with my scissors? You gotta have a few screws loose to go look for a bear with a pistol. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, granted, he had like an old time like 6-shooter, probably a 45. So I mean, it's a big pistol, but still. I mean, when I go hunt, you carry a pistol as a backup, not your primary means of, especially when you're in bear country. You know, you're out there in spring season when it's bear season and they've just woken up and they are hungry and pissed off and no thank you. He was a different breed though. Like I said, he collected rattlesnakes. I went rattlesnake hunting with him one time. Me and another friend, heavyset dude, Frank, funny guy. But we went rattlesnake hunting with him, and he brings us in, and he hands me a little 22, a little pea shooter with snake shot, and he's like, if one comes at you, shoot him. I'm like, all right, cool. And he brings us to an area, and it's a rocky outcrop. It's got some splits, and I'm thinking nothing of it. And he walks up there and starts poking around, in holes with one of them grabber sticks. It's like a 3-foot stick with a grabber on the end of it, and after he starts poking in the holes, you hear the rattles. But it's in front of you, then it's next to you, then it's behind you, and it then dawns on me that he literally just walked us into the middle of a den. But he hands Frank a bucket. Frank's probably like 20 yards down the hillside from him, and he starts pulling snake after snake after snake out of this den and just flinging them down the hill towards Frank. And Frank, big guy, I mean, he's like 6'2", probably 300 pounds. Big old redhead guy, beard, starts screaming like a girl, these rattlesnakes raining down on him. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. But needless to say, that was the first and the last time that I went rattlesnake hunting with the dude. Like, fuck that, man. Insane. I am not that much of an adrenaline junkie. 2 years now, last missed a nice buck. I think I hit a stick and it went right under him. It was slowly rolling hills, so bullets fly a long ways. Yeah, no, that makes sense for crow. I mean, if you're in a even remotely urban area, I mean, safety first. There's no reason to be shooting a high-powered rifle if there's any chance that you're going to be hitting anything other than a deer. God, now I'm all tangled up in my damn... Oh, you guys, today's not my day. I've lost more rigs today than I did in the entirety of all last year. And I've caught nothing worth a dang. Here's a fun law. In California, it's illegal to carry bear spray in state parks. No. What? Why would they restrict carrying bear spray? What kind of back-ass words logic is that? Are they afraid you're going to harm the bears? Well, that's probably it, too. Like, you're going to hurt the bears. Alright, sorry guys, we're almost rigged back up here. Alright, spread. There are concerns about its potential misuse as a weapon. The National Park Service enforces this ban, classifying bear spray as well, obviously it's, I mean, they're gonna prohibit people from picking up rocks? Like what? It's a bear deterrent. Are you supposed to just ask them nicely to not eat you? Right, Joe, that's what I'm trying to say. What are you supposed to do then? Wish them away? Sternly speak to them? Bad bear, no. Go away. Yeah, that makes no sense. There's no logic in that. I mean, context there matters. You're in a state park, a national park where bears exist. Like, I could understand if they were, like, you're not allowed to carry around bear spray in an urban area, you know, where people do actually use it as a weapon. But they're really afraid people are going to be accosting other people in the middle of the woods with bear spray. Come on. Yo, fishy fingers, welcome back. We're not having great luck today. We have fed the river more lures and rigs than it has given us back in fish. But we're not done yet. It's only, what is it, 7:30 here, so I got still probably, well, I gotta pick the girlfriend up at work at 10:30, so I got another 3 hours. Maybe we'll pull a carp out here. And the sun is starting to go down. I might start throwing some carp rigs, or excuse me, pike rigs here in a little bit again. But I am, for the heck of it, I'm gonna add a little nougat of corn on the line here with my bread balls. If I can dig it out of my bag here. There we go. I'm trying to use this fire corn up, but I hate taking my son shopping, so I go shopping for fishing lures and stuff. And I got a basket, you know, and I'm putting this lure in it, that lure in it, and a little bugger. I get home and I'm digging through the bag, and there's 3 containers, not of just fire corn, but of the same color of fire corn in my bag that I bought, that I didn't realize. As I'm wandering around throwing stuff in the basket, apparently he was too, and I was oblivious to the fact he loaded my bag up with a lifetime supply of what even is this? It's like the, I don't know, the super green color, chartreuse green fire corn. So now I have a lifetime supply of green fire corn. So I've been trying to get rid of it. Y'all have kids? They ever do that to you? Sneak shit into the shopping cart while you're not paying attention? Mine does. If he's not asking every 10 seconds, can we buy that? Can we buy that? Can we buy that? He's just snagging it off the shelf and throwing it in the cart and hoping that I don't notice. And me, apparently I was oblivious, and he he was successful in his effort to gift me with a lifetime supply of chartreuse green fire corn. And normally I don't even use fire corn. I like to use fresh, actual corn. But all right, I'm gonna go out here. I'm gonna cast it a little further out this time. Oh. I'm gonna actually launch this guy out there. A little bit better. All right, I'm gonna dip away from the cam here real quick. I gotta run back down to my truck and grab another soda. My throat's killing me here. I'll be right back, guys, in 2 minutes. All right, I'm gonna run grab a soda from my truck. If you see a carp trying to yank my pole into the water,
I won't let it go all the way.
all right, cool. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Well, it usually helps to have car keys to get into a car. Try to again. Oh. Yeah, worms or corn, but usually worms. And most of the time, especially late as the day goes on, you can't keep them off the end of your line here. Oh. Well, if you're after big catfish like channel cats, you got to go down. They don't come up beyond Maroney Dam. So from Maroney down, Maroney to Fort Benton to Loma, really, really good channel cat fishing. But if you just want to catch a catfish, the channel cats, or excuse me, the yellow bullhead and black bullhead are all in here, all in the Missouri River, and they're bottom feeders. You throw a sinker and a worm on the bottom, and they'll pull them. But they tend to have a really timid bite. So if you're not holding the pole to feel it, to set it, they'll just steal your worm and they go on about their business.
Yeah, I mostly fly fish, so.
Oh, okay. Here's the area to do it, yeah.
Yep.
If you fly fish, though, you ever fished like below Holter Dam?
Yeah.
Really good fishing up there. It's a bit of a trek, though. But.
No, we don't take you too long. We did hook a sturgeon right below Loma Dam. Loma Bridge not too long ago. So.
Yeah, I try and get up there at least once or twice a year during the sturgeon run to fish for them. I caught one this year. Not a big one. It was like 30 inches. They're fun though. Really neat fish.
Yeah.
Pack.
We were out there and we spent about 3 hours out there, and our neighbor hooked into 4 of them.
Oh, really?
The river caught 3 of them. And
Heck yeah. Yeah, when they're running, they're running. The whole, everybody lined up on the bank can get one. It's just about being there at the right time.
yep, we got lucky enough to be there at the right time for us.
Heck yeah.
And especially because it was really unique because the guy downstream broke off on one, and then his sinker tangled into our line. I actually didn't hook the fish myself. I just took his setup was still
he,
connected into the fish.
he gifted you a fish on his broken line. Nice.
They couldn't argue with that. I've never done that halfway before, and probably win the little game.
Yeah, that's one of them things. But you as well. All right, I'm back, guys. We're still not catching anything. We got the carp line out. I put a little bit of bread on with a little bit of corn on with the bread. Hopefully we can get something to bite. But the sun has started to go down. Temperature has dropped dramatically. I think it's probably in low 80s now. Now that the sun is starting to go down, some clouds came out. I think we'll let this soak for another, what do we got, 7:44, maybe a half hour or so. And if we don't get a carp on the line, I'll pull this line back in and we'll start throwing out for some pike again. That's usually my number one target is pike. I'm always after pike. I'll catch pike all day long if I can. And right here from the bridge up the, if you can see up the ways a little bit, there's a train bridge up there, up to just a little bit beyond. So from here up and a little bit beyond the train bridge, this stretch of the Sun River here, it's usually a really good area for pulling pike in. There have been a number of really good sized pike that come out of here. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit though, which is slightly annoying when you're bank fish, especially when you got a bell. Sometimes it's hard to tell if you got a bite or if it's just the wind messing with you. Welcome to those that have just joined. How y'all doing? Where y'all from? Oh, there the cloud came back. Cloud left. The sun's back out. all that glare off the water is gnarly. What are y'all doing? Everybody got so quiet. Still in here fishy, SoCal, and others. Hello. We're still trying to lure a carp out. Trying to figure, oh, you're still here. Chopping onions, burning. Shit. You know, I've never been a fan of onions. I'll eat green onions on things, like the green from the top of the onion, but not the onion itself. Which is weird because I love onion rings. I'll cook them and I break them open and I peel the slimy, gooey onion out and huck that, and then I eat the onion flavored, batter. That's good. I eat green onions on nachos and tacos and pretty much Mexican food. I don't like just onions though. I never have. Josie, you're still here. Trying to figure out this new laptop. Having trouble. Ah, crap. Well, new laptops are always nice. What are you struggling with? That was kind of a pain in the butt figuring out new electronics. That's me, like with all the GoPros and the mic, and jeez, man, I've had a heck of a time wrapping my head around getting it all working. More so like the batteries, powering everything when you're not near power. That's been the funnest part. I think I've kind of got a handle on it. Microsoft is in a loop or something. Every time I put in the login, it goes right back like I never put it in. And it's not indicating, you know, you input a wrong password. It's just re-prompting you. If so, try rebooting it. Hold the power button for, you know, a few seconds, power it completely all the way down, and power it back on. My MacBook does that sometimes, where I go to log in and it's like I'm entering the right password and it is spazzing on me, and you just gotta give it a swift kick and reboot it. What are you cooking with onions, SoCal? I still can't figure out how to get my GoPro to work right. I mean, I'm no GoPro expert, but what are you struggling with on it? I've gotten it, you know, to record fairly decently. You know, a lot of people do the looping and all that. I said screw that. I just do one continuous recording. You know, I got my remote for it that I can turn it on and off. And you know, I'll hit record when I feel like something's coming or when I got a jingle on the line. And I figured out yesterday finally how to stream from it, but I had a really horrible connection. Elk tacos, oh, that sounds good. It says this has to have parental shit, so I click on a parent or adult, and it goes right back to the login. Oh God, somebody enabled parent controls. That adds a whole layer of complexity on top of everything. Oh, elk taco, that sounds so good. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. I've had a few Pringles, but I think they've been kicking around in the back of the truck for too long. They were completely stale. I do have found beef jerky though. I found that in my bag. This is from earlier this year, so it should still be good. It's the editing video. Yeah, the editing, I don't have a solid grasp on editing. I ended up using, oh, what is the software that I bought? It wasn't super expensive. I think I paid $50 or $60 for a year license on it that I've been using for editing my videos. It's, oh, I don't even remember what it is off the top of my head. When I get home, I will shoot you a message on it. But it's a slow and tedious process. I'm not great at it yet. Again, you've definitely, I think, made way more videos than I have. But I was struggling trying to use the software that comes with the GoPro. So I bought a license for another software that I kept seeing really good reviews on. And it's worked moderately well for me. fine with just uploading raw and cut video, but it'd be cool to add some stuff to them. Yeah, I go back and forth on that. I do see a lot of people, I mean, like, Skipjack Cindy, her channel, she does both. I mean, she's got edited, polished shorts, polished videos, and then she also does just like her live streams. She uploads the whole thing. And I do see lots of other channels that do that, and people watch it. I mean, I watch crap like that. I just don't know how much of an audience watches stuff like that, and if it hurts more than it helps. It's all about, audience retention and what's the other stat they talk about? Engagement. If you have too many people that click on it and watch 15 seconds and click away, then YouTube stops recommending it to people. But if you can keep them engaged for, at least 30 seconds or 3 minutes, depending on whether it's a short or a long, and again, they'll put you into more people's feeds, and then your thumbnail matters because, again, they'll show it to a bunch of people, and if they don't have click-through, if people don't actually click on it, they stop showing it to people. So there's so much complexity to it, and I think stuff like that, it takes a while to get a grasp on it. But most of my videos, in fact, all of the videos that I've posted, I've tried to do some editing on it. I haven't posted any just raw footage. Like I said, my son so far, my 9-year-old, has been my creative director. He sits next to me and says, "You need a sound effect. You need a song. I'm just like, all right, whatever." So I've been following his direction. But none of my content has done all that well either, though, so. I think my best short had... I'm sorry, I'm chewing here, eating like a fat kid. My best short, I think, has had just under 3,000 views, but that all happened within 24 hours, and then it's had almost nothing since. It started real well, but again, the engagement wasn't good enough. It didn't get enough click through, so YouTube just stopped giving it to people. Yeah, I've only watched a handful of your videos, but it looks like you have some cool content, and the quality looks good. Though the one video that I watched where you were demonstrating the fluke rig, the wind noise was really bad. And I had that on a couple of the videos that I tried to take at Pishkin, because we have a lot of wind here, and I ended up, because it was so bad, I mean, I couldn't even watch it. If I can't watch it, I know nobody else is going to watch it. I picked up a set of these. It's the DJI Mic 2. It comes with a set of 2 transceivers and 1 receiver, but all you really need is the transceiver. And it's got the little wind muff on it, and it Bluetooths either to your phone or your GoPro. And it definitely cut the wind noise. The recording volume on it is much lower than that of the built-in mic in the GoPro. But you can always, again, increase that. You can add gain to it after the fact. But yeah, I mean, if you have good raw content, you just need to, unfortunately, take the time and play around with some software and go through the learning curve and figure out how to cut and edit and make some more polished content from it. I just have my phone on a dash mount on the windshield of the boat. Okay. Yeah, right now, again, I'm using my iPhone. I think it's a 16 Pro or something like that for the live stream. And then I also have 2 GoPro Hero 13s, one that I use as a chest cam and one that I still need to hook up a mount in my boat for. I haven't got that far yet. I spend too much time fishing and not enough time playing with the setup. I need to though, because basically all of my footage from on the boat so far has been, you know, my iPhone stuck on, you know, just an iPhone mount on my console, which isn't great. It's too close to the poles. It's not at the right angle. I want to get a nice pole set up at either the, you know, the very bow or stern of the boat, so I can get a good, you know, high, wide angle shot of what's going on. Yeah, for Crow, that's what I told her. In that situation, the first thing that I would do is do a hard reset, just reboot it, and see if it gets past the weird login loop. It may or may not fix it. If it doesn't, you may need to do, like you said, and do a hard reset on it, and just reformat and start over. Oh shit, man! You got the wreck on camera? Oh, the stream crashed for Crow? That's weird. I've had 2 bars. There was a period there where nobody was talking. After I said I need to go get a drink, I came back to silence. But then when I asked if anybody's here, both Josie and SoCal responded. I don't know, I don't have the greatest of service here. Almost all the places that I've stopped, I get 2, maybe 3 bars max, and like right now I'm at 2 bars of service, which is not wonderful. But it seemed adequate to stream thus far. I'm checking it on, because I have another phone too. And it looks okay to me. I don't know, I was in Outfish Ontario's stream the other day, and it seemed like he was having a similar problem too. All of us were seeing, you know, loading. He's like, I have no idea what's going on, man. I got 5 full bars. Everything looks good for me. So I don't know if that's just a YouTube Live thing. It just sometimes doesn't work well. But it's definitely frustrating, because I've had that happen a couple of times where, you know, again, it gives the streamer no real indication that there's a problem with the stream. It isn't until you guys say, hey, you know, the audio's messed up, or hey, you know, it's buffering, that the streamer knows that there's something that needs to be fixed. The other night I streamed for probably almost an hour, not realizing that everyone who came into the room was seeing 1 second of the video, and then it skipped back, and then 1 second of the video, and then it skipped back. I kept wondering why I had 2 viewers and then no viewers, and everybody just kept leaving. Nobody was saying anything. So I busted out my other phone and I looked at it, and it's like, what the hell? It's just looping. I think it's a YouTube thing. A lot of streams are just lagging lately. Yeah, I mean, it could very well be. It's a big platform, and they're trying to, I mean, just the sheer amount of people that are probably trying to stream concurrently. the infrastructure that powers YouTube has got to be just incredibly complex. And Josie, I wish I could offer you more advice. I mean, I'm not a huge Windows user, at least not desktop. I do a lot of IT work and infrastructure work, but it's more on, you know, the web hosting side. I deal with e-commerce websites and hosting of applications, which use a lot of Windows products, Windows Server products, which are different from the consumer. Well, I just saw something nose up out of the water over there. Top feeding has started. Y'all can see the wind is really picked up here. The river is actually right now flowing backwards. This is upstream, that's downstream, but the wind is making it all flow back the wrong way right now. Oh yeah, SoCal, it's incredible. Not only just the infrastructure to allow, you know, all that live stream, and just honestly the sheer amount of storage that it takes to operate YouTube. They opened multiple data centers a year just to support the growth of simply storing and serving all of the videos everybody posts. It's insane. Oh, the noise. I think it's a gopher, if that's what you're talking about with squirrel. Which are technically a ground squirrel. We call them a gopher here. That's what earlier one came out of the corner of my eye and shot below me on the gravel here and ducked into a hole, and I was like, what the crap was that? And then he poked his little head out and looked at me and then turned and ran all the way down the... They're cute, but I have a whole bunch of them in my yard and I absolutely hate them. They just dig holes everywhere. They open up new landmines every time I mow my lawn. I feel like I'm gonna break an ankle or a hip. Well, that's what you cooked. Squirrel, huh? I've heard of people, I've never eaten squirrel. I know a lot of people do and they say it's really good. I've never tried it. Y'all know if I were to turn off the camera, I'd start catching fish. I fish these holes all the time and I do not get skunked. But the moment I try and turn on a camera and show somebody, the fish are like, nuh-uh, nope. You ain't catching nothing today. So I'm gonna blame all y'all. It's y'all's fault that I'm not catching anything. I'm just fucking with you. I do get skunked sometimes, but not often. I really think it's the weather. We normally don't have heat waves like this. $200 Wally World special. It shouldn't be in the admin login loop. It's like it has something to do with the account you have, the email you have associated with the account, not having the right parental permissions or something like that. Oh Lord, how do I keep losing my lighter? Literally sitting stationary and excuse me. That's how it works. My camera died. I caught a 7.8 pound bass, still thinking that the right. That's all right though. We'll get into some fish here one of these days. I promise. I do catch fish, and I catch some pretty decent ones too, on the regular. We're just having a slump here. So I appreciate all that are hanging out, even though I'm not catching anything. SoCal. I have no idea, SoCal. Please tell me. Oh, I need to I want to tie some. I want to try doing it with like a wire leader. Again, you're using the thinner mono or fluoro for bass. I guess works perfectly fine. I don't want to use it for bass though. I mean, I'll try it for bass. I'll definitely try it with the thinner material, but I want to try it for pike. But I suspect that if I were to throw that rig for a pike, and if I didn't have super heavy fluoro on there or some wire leader, that they're just gonna bite the sucker off. Pike thrash around so much. And the bigger ones, they have such gnarly teeth that I feel like they just bite right through that shit. Maybe not though. Maybe you get lucky. You'd probably have to retie it after every time you catch one, if you manage to land it without it biting it off. But I'd imagine you could probably tie one. I know that, again, that a lot of people tie their own, like carp fishermen. A lot of them will tie wire leader rigs, and you just get a whole spool of it, and you get the little tool to, clamp on your connections. I imagine you could probably do the same and tie up that same rig just in wire rather than fluoro or mono.
Detected in the side yard.
30-pound braid for the leader. Yeah, but again, that's the problem. Braid is wonderful. It's got the great tensile strength. It'll, you don't normally break braid by pulling on it. You braid it by shearing it. So that's where I think fluoro. If I don't do steel, I know that I got a whole bunch of. I got numerous different rolls of fluoro leader, ranging from 15 pound all the way up to, God, I think I got 50 or 60 pound fluoro. I just don't know if it'll impact the action. I know the whole thing with that leader or the donkey rig is that it zigzags back and forth, and I don't know if the pliability of your thinner line is what really plays into that, or if a stiffer line would really screw with the action too much. I'll just have to try it. Right, and that's what it's all about. And that's what I fear, is that if I tie it up in heavy fluoro, or if I go with steel, that it's just gonna screw with the action too much, and it won't do what it's supposed to do anymore. I'll have to toy around with it though, because there's a Pishkin where I fish a lot. There's a couple of back pools that I love to fish in that are pretty shallow. I mean, the majority of it's 3 to 5 feet, and then it'll have an area that's 8, 12, or 15 feet deep in the middle. But I always go back there and fish, and I get follows all day long with 30, 35, 36-inch, good size pike. And more times than not, they follow to the boat, they turn around, and they leave. They don't actually bite on it. So I would love to try a rig like that in those shallow back pools, because I think it's just got that twitchiness to it that would just drive them nuts. I don't think they're just gonna follow that. Yeah, I'll just have to play around with it. Yeah, they do look really cool, Josie. He's got me hooked. I was gonna try it out today, but I grabbed. In fact, I have in my bag 3 different spools of fluoro leader that I was gonna try tying it with. But I forgot my freaking tackle box. It's got my various different hooks in it. All I have is bait hooks that are already, you know, on crappy mono or fluoro or whatever they come with. %of the bites are on the trailing fluke. Okay. I watched the video that you made a couple of times. I'm just wanted to clarify the trailing one. That's the shorter of the 2 leaders, not the longer. The one in front is off your main line is the longer one, and then the one that rides the main line is the shorter one, right? Man, I gave that guy my can of worms. He came and he threw his line in for like 10 minutes and then left with my worms. I mean, they were all dead anyway, but come on now. Same thing with the kids that stopped by earlier. I unhooked a lure from one of the kids' pants that he had stuck in it. He asked for a bread ball. I gave him a bread ball, showed him how to put it on. They threw the pole in the water once and then they left. Like, that ain't fishing. Trailing is the longer one, okay. So the one coming off the Carolina rig swivel is the longer one. All right, that makes sense. Oh, that sunset's pretty, but staring over that way, it's like staring at a welder. It just fries my brain. I've never smoked so many cigs watching a YouTube video. It feels like I'm out here fishing. Oh, well, I hope I'm not I'm sorry. I smoke like a chimney. I always have. But I keep telling myself one of these days I'm gonna quit. My best friend, he quit probably 10 years ago. He just quit. He's like, I'm not smoking anymore. And he never looked back. He just quit smoking. I've tried so many times. I've quit for 3 months. I've quit for 6 months. I quit for almost a year one time. And there's always something drives me back. It's stress. I get stressed and I smoke. But it's also, you know, it's the habit. You eat a good meal, you have a cigarette. I mean, there are just certain things that trigger me. I want a cigarette. But it's bad, don't smoke, kids. Ah, crap. I'm sorry, man. That's not good. I don't like contributing to people's smoke. My son sees me smoke all the time. I hate it. Tell him all the time, please don't ever do this. This is the worst decision you could ever make in your life. Don't start because it's so hard to stop. Oftentimes, though, you will see me and I'm like, ooh, was it me or was it a fish? I just touched the bag, but I don't think I touched it that hard. We finally got a carp come out to play. Come on, buddy. We won't hurt you. We just want to take your picture. But yeah, what I was saying is you'll see me light a cigarette like very often, but if you pay attention, I smoke American Spirit, and these things, if you don't puff off them like constantly, they go out. So you'll see me with a cigarette hanging out of my mouth all day long while I'm fishing, and it might be, you know, an hour between. I'll light it, I'll take a few puffs off of it, and it goes out, and you know I'm busy doing other crap, and I probably light the same cigarette 3, 4, 5 times before I actually finish it. quit and went to ON. Nicotine chews, don't smoke. Now I have these. That's good, Josie. Yeah, I mean, anything you can do that will keep you from actually smoking is wonderful. I've tried so many things and they didn't work. I'm my own man. I could choose not to if I wanted to. Don't be sorry. I get that, man. I just know how bad it is for you, and I know, just like you're saying, there's just that trigger. You see, like I'm watching a TV show or a movie, and somebody lights up a cigarette. It just trips where it is in your brain, and you're like, oh, cigarette. And you just, without even thinking about it, grab one of the smokes and light one up. So I don't like to be that trigger for people. Says, I was able to cold turkey drugs, hard and soft, but I can't kick the nicotine addiction. It's hard. It does so many crazy things to your brain. And these days, there's so many additives in most cigarettes that I feel like it's not even just the nicotine that your body gets addicted to. There's so many things in there that I don't even, why do they put them in there? I honestly think it's, one of those 1,000 other chemicals too that's probably highly addictive. Pisses you off. Yeah. Well, it started, so I don't know if y'all remember. You might, you're old enough, SoCal. It was, God, what was it? I was probably early 20s, 23, 24, so this has to have been 15 plus years ago. They started, there was a law passed, and I think it was either California or Hawaii that passed it first. FSC, fire safe cigarette. They started adding an additive, and I think it's either in the glue or the paper itself is dipped in it, that's supposed to prevent smoldering cigarettes from starting fires. But it makes the cigarettes go out, or not necessarily completely go out, but go out enough that you can't puff off of it. I keep seeing fish jump down there. Do I need to start throwing? I'm not seeing a lot in this area. Every time I look at the camera to read, I see a fish jumping down there. And it's trout. I know they are. But yeah, they added the FSC, the fire safe cigarette additive to cigarettes. And they go out constantly. If you don't constantly puff on the damn things, it burns inside, but not enough. It's like the paper stops burning, but the inside continues to, but not enough that you can actually drag off of it. And cigarettes started tasting horrible. They go out constantly. And I remember when they added that, I spent the next 6 months switching from brand to brand to brand to brand. It didn't matter what brand it was. If I could find a brand of cigarettes that any gas station around me sold that didn't have the fire safe additive to it, I would buy them. Because the fire safe, it tasted so horrible. You get used to it now. I mean, now I don't even notice it, other than the fact they go out all the time. But they got gross after they started adding that into the cigarettes. If I eat, I smoke. That's my major trigger. Yeah, for me it is as well. You eat a good meal, and I crave. That's one of the few times that I actually enjoy a cigarette. Most of the time, I smoke just because my brain is telling me I need nicotine. I don't even like it. I take a drag off of it, and it's like, man, that's fucking gross. Why do I do this? You snub it out in the ashtray, and 10 minutes later, you're lighting up another one. Like your brain is just telling you need nicotine. It screws with you. But food is definitely one of the big triggers. That, and after I wake up. I've had 8, 10, 12 hours of sleep and no nicotine in my body. I wake up and I can't even see straight, and I'm lighting a cigarette. Josie says, they're even coffee flavored, no tobacco, so hopefully better. At least no secondhand smoke anymore for my family. Josie, see, and that's my biggest concern is I smoke inside. I don't go outside to smoke. I really should. So I'm forcing, my kid and the girlfriend to suffer along with me, and it's terrible of me. I smoke, so I would spend all day outside. So that's why, again, fishing's not so bad. I'm outside, but when I'm inside at home working, I'm chain smoking inside, and everybody else is having to suffer. But I've tried what are they? Oh, they're really popular. They're the little pouches, which might be what you're talking about, but they are nicotine pouches. They're not nicotine free. I'm a wuss. I don't know, man. They burn my lip. Like, I end up swallowing my spit and they give me a gut ache. Like, ugh. They do help. Like, I will use those. I go to concerts often. I love live music, and none of the venues around here have smoking. They make you go in there and you're, stuck in a venue for 4, 5, 6 hours. And having a few drinks, and that's another trigger for me. If I have a beer, if I have a shot, if I drink alcohol, I want a cigarette. So it's really tough for me when I go to music shows, to venues, to not have nicotine. So I do, pop some of those chews sometimes, but by the end of the night, I have a gut ache. I have not yet, I guess, perfected the spit, and I end up swallowing too much of it in my pansy little stomach. it rages on me. I think the problem with nicotine and alcohol is it's so socially accepted, so why I quit. Yeah, I drink very infrequently. I'm a social drinker. I went through a stage when I was younger where I was a filthy, falling down drunk. I drank every night. I was also incredibly depressed at that time, had a hard breakup, and I mean, there was a lot of other things that were contributing to it. But beyond that, I drink very few and far between. I mean, I think the last time I had a drink was at the last concert that I went to. I went and saw a Prof concert, and there was a fishy jumping like 10 feet offshore. It's the little guy, but activity's starting to pick up here. I went to, I don't know, you guys probably wouldn't like him. There's a rapper named Prof. I fucking love the dude. He is just a weird cringe. He's almost like, I don't know if y'all have heard of Weird Al Yankovic back in the day, old school. He's not that goofy, but he's goofy. Funny. Good rapper too, though. But I went and saw him in concert, I don't know, 6 months or so ago. So that was the last time I drank. I really don't drink. If I go out with friends to a bar, I'll have a few drinks. I used to like going out to strip clubs. I don't have any of those around here though. So I don't drink very much. My girlfriend, she drinks like fish. I don't enjoy it. Every once in a while I do like to, I don't like getting drunk, I guess I should say. I don't necessarily like the taste of alcohol though. When I drink, I typically will drink either rum and Coke, or I like, which all y'all are probably gonna ew at. I don't know if it's a Montana thing or what, but we drink beer with clamato juice. Beer and clam beer. Mexicans call it it's popular in Mexico too, I guess. It's oh crap, I can't think of what it's called. Really good though. It's like a lot of people, my grandpa used to drink tomato juice and beer, and he'd salt the crap out of it. But this is clamato juice, which is tomato juice with a couple of spices. It's got like garlic and salt and onions and certain things, and clam juice mixed in with it. Really good though. It completely kills the taste of the beer. I mean, all you taste is like a salty tomato juice. Good stuff though, clam beer. SoCal recently stopped smoking. The American Spirit went to the tribal brand from the Indian casino here. American Spirit are $16.99. Indian brand is $5. Yeah, dude, American Spirit, they're so ridiculously expensive. I started smoking them because I smoked for years. Kind of Marlboro menthol that they stopped making. It was a really mild menthol. Now I can't even think of what the hell they're called. But it's just a mild menthol, and they quit making them for whatever reason. They took them off the market, and I went through probably 10, 12 different kinds of menthol cigarettes before I found one that, yeah, I mean, didn't make my throat burn. Like so many menthols they're just so strong, they're overpowering, and I don't enjoy it. But I smoked the the American Spirit Mellow Menthol. It's lime green pack, and it's just a super mild menthol. But yeah, they're not $17 a pack here. They keep going up. Or a couple of times a year they raise the price. I think it's like 12 something a pack here now. The FSC thing was a California thing, probably. Most of the restrictions, the regulations, they start in California or Hawaii, and then they get rolled out across the board. SoCal, I can buy menthol cigs for $4 here. You need a side hustle out there in California. Probably sell them $20 a pack. That is true. If you could find somebody to transport cigarettes from, Tennessee, Oklahoma, a handful of states down in the southeast where they grow the tobacco and where they don't have all of the ridiculous taxes, you could make an absolute killing selling them in other states. But it's illegal to transport them out of state in bulk, and you can't ship them in, FedEx, UPS, USPS. It's illegal because the tax stamp that comes on them is state specific. Plastic's gone on mine. Indian tribes sell a brand called Signal. The Signal Red is almost exactly like the American Spirit Turquoise without the FSC. Interesting. Do they just get away with not adding the FSC because of the tribal nation thing? I guess that they don't have to follow a lot of federal or state regulations. That must be it. Menthol is banned. Yeah, I know. They banned it, and then they unbanned it, and then they banned it, and then they unbanned it, and then I think after I moved away, they banned it and didn't unban it. I was having a hell of a time for a while finding menthol cigarettes. Stupid. I don't understand why they pass something like that and then repeal it, and then pass it, and then repeal it. Banned for sale, not consumption. Well, I mean, how do they ban consumption? If you can't get a hold of them, you can't consume them. They did the same thing many times with like the flavored vape juices. They banned all of them. And in fact, I think that's what started the ban. It got caught up in the flavored vape juice ban. They were basically trying to ban flavored vapes because they said that they could or are being marketed towards children. And because a menthol is a flavor, it got caught up in the ban, and it's just silly. Zin, what all the young kids use like crack. Isn't that the pouches? Is Zin? What was that? Oh yeah, they're like the old school skull bandits. Except you're supposed to swallow the spit with them pouches. Them boys never stomached a lip a real chew, or they went. I did once when I was younger. My brother, I had a twin brother that passed a few years back. He always chewed. He's always like, "You pussy, take a lip full of this chew." I'm like, "I don't like it, man. I don't want to chew." "You pussy." So he'd get me to take a lip of chew, and I mean, like I said, I'm a wuss. Even the pouches of stuff, my lip's on fire after 15, 20 minutes of it being in. And he's like, chewing the long cut skull, and there ain't no pouches. And man, that shit was like a coal, a fire burning ember in your lip. I couldn't do that. I don't drink, I smoke the green instead. Yeah, Josie, I mean, we've all gone through our stupid kid phases. There was a period where I would consume pretty much anything I could get my hands on, and then I grew up. I do smoke the ganja from time to time. It helps me relax. It's one of my few vices. I don't drink. I smoke cigarettes and ganja. But I don't smoke like I used to either, man. Somebody roll a bunt or offer me, here, have this bong hits, clear out the bowl. I'd smoke whatever they'd put in front of me. Shit, man. I load up a pipe and I'll hit off that same bowl, you know, for 2 days sometimes. I don't remember the last time I took a bong hit. I'd probably die. I'm well past the days of hooking up a gas mask to a 4-foot glass bong and seeing who passed out first. I'm not down for that shit anymore. I'm right with you, Josie. I do all three knowing I'm going to hell, but at least I'll smile walking in. I mean, to each your own, Virgo. I ain't judging you. I mean, your body, you're gonna do whatever you want with it. My only time that I judge and I say that it's a problem is when it's impacting other people. I mean, if you're all falling down drunk and beating your woman because you're not sober, like quit. Don't do that shit. If you're a drunk and can't stop yourself from getting behind the wheel of a car, don't do that shit. But if you're minding your own business, you ain't hurting nobody, who cares? It's your life to live. SoCal Clamato. Yeah, I'm way behind in the comments here. Let me get through. Clamato by Bud Light is pretty popular here as well. Yeah, I know that there's like a handful of can brands that they make. It's horrid. The ones that I've Michelada. Yeah, that's what they call it. SoCal, you're right. Yes, the Mexican ones. It's a Michelada, something like that. But there are a lot of branded canned ones now, and they're not nearly as good as just, you know, straight fresh clam and in a beer. Y'all smoke too. Scared to say anything on here anywhere. Glad y'all are with me. Yeah, again, who cares? Who's gonna judge? Clam, clamato, rotten yeast. Oh yeah. It sounds gross. Try it, man. I mean, clamato. Shit, I'll drink a small glass of clamato by itself. I like the taste of it. But if you're like me and you don't particularly like the taste of beer, especially cheap beer, because that's usually what I'll drink it with, adding, you know, take a couple of swigs off of beer and fill the rest of the can or the bottle back up with Clamato. It turns everything pink and it totally masks, you know, the taste of the beer. Back in a bit, wife just got home. All right, SoCal, I probably missed you. Remember orange flavored cigarettes? I don't like orange flavored anything. And yeah, I have tried them. That's gross. Now, artificial orange flavor is one of the most putrid things that has ever been invented. Right up there next to banana flavored artificial flavoring. Neither of them taste like what they're supposed to, and I don't know whose taste buds said that tastes good, but they need to be fired immediately. See, there again, I'm lighting up and that's still the same cigarette. It just went out. And every time you relight it, they taste worse than the last time. This carp is never coming out to play. I don't know what the deal is. Oh, none of that crazy, just a one-hitter here and there, or a J every once in a while. I have back problems and insomnia, so it's my meds instead of the pills that try to feed the doctor. Dude, if you can get away with smoking a little bit of green instead of filling yourself with the poison the doctor's trying to give you, all the more to you. All the more power to you. I'm the same way. Most pain pills, I can't take them. Yeah, I can if I absolutely have to. Like I've had a couple of surgeries, you know, stuff like that where, you know, you need something more than ibuprofen. But 9 times out of 10, if I really need something that's gonna kill the pain and the green ain't cutting it, I'll eat a fistful of ibuprofen. Most of the pain pills and stuff like that you get from the doctor, they just give me a gut ache. They work, I mean, they work really, really well, but they give me a gut ache, and I don't like feeling like that. I drink Twisted Tea or Crown. Oh, God, I can't drink Crown. My days of Busch Light and Jack Daniels are behind me. If I drink liquor, hard alcohol, I'm drinking one of two things. Well, I take that back. One of three things. Vodka, mixed with something, usually pomegranate juice, rum and Coke, or I spent some time when I was traveling down in Texas, and oh my God, I fell in love. The restaurants down there serve, they call them a Mexican martini. And I don't know what the hell's different about them from a regular martini, but they were delicious. I could drink those things all night long. I loved them. In the years since then, I've tried ordering martinis from bars when I go out, and they serve martinis so many different ways. I've tried about every different way they serve them, and none of them taste even remotely close to the Mexican martinis that I got down in Texas. But again, all three of those, the pomegranate juice completely kills the taste of the vodka. The Coke, as long as you're not pouring it super stiff, the Coke mostly covers the taste of the rum. And the Mexican martini, they salt the rims, you got, lime wedges in it, and you don't really taste the harshness, the dryness of the hard liquor. Benadryl fucks you up, eh? Now, ibuprofen is what I turn to most of the time. And I try not to take them too often because that shit is supposedly terribly for your stomach. Oh. Kills my throat talking on stream all day. God, I need to shut up and catch some fish. What do y'all think? Should I pull in my carp line and try for some pike again? Pull in the carp line and try for some trout? Because I do know, again, that's what's... here we go with a boat going by. Oh, there's a bar right up here past the bridge that it's got a boat dock. Always seemed kind of weird to me. People pull up to the boat dock and then go get hammered and then go get right back in their boat again. But I guarantee that's what they're doing up there. They ain't fishing, they're going to get hammered. I was a pill addict, so even taking ibuprofen makes me sick to my stomach, and I usually go to bed, so I'll admit I smoke a lot more green than I should. Hey man, if green helps you get over, an addiction to pill or alcohol, I think that's a much less of a poison for yourself than that other shit. People say, oh, weed's addictive, but it ain't hurting nobody. I ain't never heard of anybody dying from an overdose smoking green, or smoking green and going and stabbing somebody, or it's something that I don't think, and in a lot of states now has become recreational, legal for recreational use. Most counties here in Montana, it's recreationally available. It's expensive as hell, and the quality of it is crap compared to what I was getting in Cali. And hell, even what I was getting, off the street before it became legal. But at least people aren't getting sent to prison here for having a fucking couple joints. That is one of the things that, unfortunately, I think the red states are falling behind in. We need to get over the fact, decriminalize that shit. There are so many people locked up in jails and prison for simple possession of marijuana that it makes no sense. It ruins people's lives. You get caught with a joint, you can no longer get federal, aid for school. You get caught with a joint, you lose your job. It makes no sense. It ruins people's lives over some green leafy thing that grows on the side of the road somewhere. Like, come on. Yeah, that's addiction, man. It's terrible. I have some really close people to me that have struggled with the same exact thing. My brother, my twin, he had a lifelong addiction. It was the pills. And it fucks people's lives up, man. It really does. So yeah, anybody that can find a way to get off of that shit, that is a triumph. It's a big struggle. 'Cause I know most people who struggle with addiction, they would love to give it up. And it's hard. Xanax, the opiates, they're so addictive. It's like the nicotine. They change the chemical balance in your body and your brain. And it takes a huge effort and a lot of dedication and commitment for people to get over that, to break that habit. Well, no, I know a lot of people the same way, bro. That once you get over that addiction, it's like you don't even want to be tempted. So the opportunity presents itself. Like you get injured, the doctor offers it to you. Find something else. Ibuprofen. Ask for an alternative. Something that isn't gonna send you back down that rabbit hole. All right. We're gonna. Let's see if we can reel in the pole this time without losing our rig, huh? I think we're right in that same spot though. Oh, we're gonna go down here for a minute. Try and anchor a different direction. Well, the ball's gone. Interesting. Well, maybe that would explain why nothing's eating it. Something already ate it. Alright, we're gonna throw on a spinner or a crankbait or something. Let's catch a northern pike or a trout. Let's throw on something that trout would eat. How about that? Alright. Alright, we are going to try our Bufox Super Vibrex number 4 in gold or brass, whatever you call that. We're going to see if the fishies are interested. Can you guys still hear this mic? I think my mic might have died. I think I might be... Can you still hear me? You guys give me a nod, yes or no? I think my external mic died, and I don't know if the iPhone reverts back to internal mic when that happens, or if my sound just goes silent. Okay. Let me know when I walk away. Tell me if you can still hear me, or if it's recording from the camera. Can't tell if this mic is dead or not. Still got a light on the side, but it turned green instead of blue. Just let me know. I'll read what you said when I get back up there. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. What the hell is that? Am I seeing shit, or did that just poke up out of the water? Am I hallucinating? What is that? Okay, I'm hallucinating. It's a giant chunk of metal. What the hell? I'm delirious. Oh, is that a snag or was it a bite? It felt like something slammed at it. Come on, pikey, pikey, pikey. Oh, good God. Snag the tree. Oops. Yeah, we still got the branches. Hold on. Get off of there. Oh, come on. almost had our lure or carp rig back. Almost. Alright, let's swap to a different color. Gold isn't working. Okay. Loud and clear. I appreciate that, Fro. It's nice having some genuinely decent people to chat with. Everybody's so quick to get so angry about everything these days. There's just no need for it. Yeah, I think my mic finally died. Can you hear me now? Did it revert back to the iPhone mic? Can anyone still hear me, or is there no audio? Can you let me know? I'm hoping it just reverted back to the iPhone mic. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the external mic finally died, so it must have just fallen back to the internal mic on the iPhone, which is all right. I just need to remember that I'm talking to a camera, not to the mic on my chest. I don't know if you saw that I snagged one of the lines that I busted off earlier and almost had it back. It shifted whatever it stuck on down there, so I think it's a log. But I still broke it off. We had a second chance at retrieving the rig. It's alright though, I got like 50 of them things, so no biggie. Alright, we're gonna switch from the gold Vibrex to a silver Vibrex. Sometimes silver, from what I understand, does better in low light than gold. We can get something on the line. I got about an hour before I gotta head out of here and pick up the girlfriend from work, so we'll give her a shot. Almost. Bad cats, bad cats.
Anything good out of there?
Oh, not today. Just a couple of little yellow bullheads.
What'd you get?
They're yellow bullheads. They're just little catfish.
Yeah.
No, I was down here carp fishing most of the day. There's a monster carp that lives down here.
Is that right?
Yeah. Right now I'm catching pike. A lot of pike in this stretch here.
Yeah.
Fishing hasn't been great the last couple of days. I've been all over spots that I normally just clean up at. I've caught very I don't know if it's the temperature or the barometer pressure or what.
Well, where do you think it'd be more upstream or back into the Missouri?
Well, one of my go-to spots for catching pike is right down behind the Beach Bar.
Is that right?
I probably pulled 25 out of there last year.
Okay.
Some big ones.
You must have seen their rubbing there.
No, I think it's just the pressure right now, barometric pressure, and the temperature. We're coming up on a slope right now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I think the next 3 days it's supposed to be just nasty and rainy.
They gotta be somewhere, right?
Well, they do, but when the barometer pressure drops, even when it drops crazy, the fish go into kind of like a stasis.
Really?
They hunker down and they don't really do a whole lot.
So in a fluid like water, air pressure can have an effect.
Oh yeah, it has a huge impact on their feeding and other activities.
I wonder why that is, since it's like a body of water, you wouldn't expect it to be affected.
I'm not altogether sure how biologically how it affects them, but yeah, for whatever reason, I think it's when there's a low pressure system, they tend to, high pressure system, they tend to hunker down and they wait it out. So with the storm coming up and the pressure rising, it just doesn't fit.
I wish we were like that, because I need a good excuse to just hunker down for a while. Well, best of luck, you gotta find the monster.
Yeah, he's down here. It's probably a state record carp. He's down here. I had him on the line last year, had him all the way to shore, and he looks like a propane tank.
Oh my god.
He ain't big around, and I don't know about that long. Not super long, but just fat, chunky.
Yeah.
Right up on the gravel, flopping around. He snapped my line off, and I shit in my pocket, so I was gonna jump in and just bear hug it.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like losing my wallet, killing my phone.
Yeah. You can catch and release that thing, right?
Oh, I catch and release most everything I catch. But
Yeah.
no, I think the state record's about 38 pounds, and I estimate this one was probably closer to 50.
So, would you say you caught it or not?
If it ain't on shore, it ain't landed.
Yeah.
But I did hit a right here, splashing around in the water. I'm over here with my Barbie net trying to net the goddamn thing. I immediately went and bought a big Unless he's
That's good if you're trying to find him again.
well, that's just it. Unless he's died or somebody else has caught him, which I haven't heard of a new state record. He's still right in these parts here.
No kidding. Well, I hope you catch him, man. You're trying.
Appreciate it. Good luck. One of these days.
What are you gonna name it?
I don't know. Fat bastard.
Fat Pat.
Don't do that at home. Don't beat your expensive lures off the bridges. Oops. Really pretty sunset though. I got the rain. Anyone still in here? Yeah, we got a few people. What kind of music do I listen to? I listen to all sorts of music. My all-time favorite is, I don't know, you probably know who they are. They're fairly well known. Probably not your style though. 9 Inch Nails. I like industrial, electronic music. I like all sorts of stuff though. I listen to rock, I listen to rap. A lot of alternative. The last concert that I went to, the last live band that I saw was Prof. He's a rapper. Goofy guy, funny as hell. Kind of like a mix between Eminem, Snoop Dogg, and Weird Al Yankovic. Old school Marilyn Manson, Korn, Tool, Deftones. I like Incubus, Typo Negative, White Zombie, Daft Punk, 21 Pilots. Oh God, so many different artists. Pretty much anything except for country and gospel. Christmas music. Don't ever play Christmas music around me. That is atrocious. I don't know, I listen to lots of stuff. But most of what I like, really what I like is what I listened to when I was like a teen, early 20s. Stuff that came out in the, 90s, early 2000s. Although every once in a while I stumble across a newer band that I like. One band that I really like, kind of obscure, you probably never heard of them, Sonlux, Sonlux. I don't even know what genre you would classify them as. I don't know, some old stuff, some classics. You know, you got Ozzy Osbourne. Old Warrant, and Guns N' Roses, and I don't know, it depends on what kind of mood I'm in. I like old school rap, you know, Dre's, Warren G, NWA.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Pretty much anything that isn't terrible, which I guess that's pretty subjective. Am I really gonna only catch a yellow bullhead today? Is that the highlight of the day? I didn't even report it. I guess the screenshot. I have not yet once hit record on my GoPro here. Last thing was recorded. Come down here with a rope and a drum and hook it, whatever all that is out. I'm about to get my ribs. We didn't lose it, folks. Oh, jeez.
I don't think the flaky are gonna bite too much. No flaky bite.
Alright, I am gonna hop down. We're gonna head back to the truck and drive down to the other side of the bridge over there behind the beacon bar. That's where I've caught most of the pike down here. We got another half hour to kill. So I'm gonna drag y'all down there and see if we can pull something out before we run out of daylight. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna head downstream here a little bit to the other side of the bridge. There's a hole over there that the pike like to hang out in. I've caught a couple under the bridge here, but I've caught way more on the other side of the train bridge. So we're gonna go right down over that way. Or I should have been fishing today if it wasn't so dang hot out, if the sun wasn't out. Good God, I got a sunburn on my nose again. Should have been fishing right on the other side of this tree here. We're on fish brain. There have been a couple of mirror carp caught right here. It's just a little treacherous down there. This spot right here, good carp spot if they're biting. They should be biting today. I don't know why. Carp are one of the few fish that, what is it? So most fish are very oxygen sensitive. So if there's a low saturation of oxygen in the water, they head to the deeper water. And carp are one of a few different species that they can survive out of water. I think catfish is another one. They can survive out of water for a ridiculous amount of time. So when waters get super hot, where most other fish will typically go down deep and hunker down until the water temperature cools, carp, I mean, they just go about their business. So it's one of the best fish to go after when nothing else is biting. Oh. All right, so we're at the truck now. There's like not even a quarter-mile drive down the road here to get to the train bridge. And we're gonna hit that up and fish there for 30 minutes or so before I gotta get off stream. If I can find my dang car keys. Hold on a second here. I'm putting y'all in the bucket. Okay. Nope, unlock. No, you didn't miss anything. Other than I almost cast my lure into the tree. Very, very close. Other than that, I'm heading upstream a little bit to the train bridge. I got another half hour or so to kill. And that spot was just not producing anything. I'm gonna go to where we started the day yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. And see if we can snag something before the day is over. Got 30, maybe 45 minutes of daylight before I gotta get the heck out of here. Oh, we're gonna head. It's like a block down the way here, 2 blocks. I don't have high hopes. Nothing's been biting the last couple of days, so. Well, we got 2 cars over there. Somebody fishing? Maybe somebody's in my spot already. Hold on. Let's take a look. Let's hop over here and see. Oh, Poppy. So here we are on the other side of the train bridge. No, I don't see anybody. Hello. Okay, cool. Well, let's grab the pole and see if we can snag something out before daylight runs out. We need the phone holder and we need a fishing pole. Oh, good God. How'd I manage that? I don't know if y'all can see this. I somehow wedged the tip of my phone or pole inside the AC. Oh, one of those days. One of those days, you guys. Let's see if we can get it out of there without breaking something. Come here. There we go. Bear with me for a minute, guys. We'll get set up here. Alright, so good pike fishing hole, but I don't really like fishing here. It's so dingy and dirty and trashy. I saw yesterday Walmart had a smaller bug zapper lantern, so I almost got one to try. It's like 17 bucks. Yeah, it's shit. They're probably worth a shot. What is that noise? Power lines are making weird noises. That's the problem with night fishing. I think that I'm going to run into, especially trying to record, like have lights out. The lights just attract bugs like crazy. How the hell did I have this stuck the last time? This ground is like concrete. How the hell do plants grow in this shit? Oh, they do. This time of the year, especially after the sun starts setting. Like right now, the bugs are probably going to come out and eat me alive. I'm just trying to find somewhere to poke this phone stand. There we go. All right, we'll set you guys up here. And we're gonna throw some lures for another half hour or so. Maybe we will get lucky. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do when I start trying to live stream at night and have all the lights and shit set up. Other than just get eaten alive by bugs. I'm trying. I can't believe how bad the fishing's been the last couple of days. Usually when I can't catch anything, I turn back to carp, and I can always catch carp. But apparently not when y'all are watching. Is that somebody's... Oh, good God. I just yeeted my lure past myself. Got snagged up. I think that was somebody else's line in the water there. Gave her a Yankee poo and about took it to the face. Well, that is not my idea of a good time. Your weather getting any nicer over there? No, I've been tricked a couple of times today, snags that I thought were fish. I did have a couple of bites when I was throwing chatterbait at the first hole that we were at. But oh God, I hate fishing with trees and bush and shit behind me. Always hook into that crap. Hotter than balls now, 90s all weekend. Yeah, see, it was like high 80s yesterday, and we're like 92, 94 today. But then it's like 90% chance of rain forecasted for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Temperature's supposed to be nice, low to mid 80s. That doesn't do me much good if it's freaking wind 40 miles an hour, torrential downpour. Tough to fish in weather like that. I see people do it. God, one of Skipjack Cindy's videos that she had posted the other day. They're either fishing in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. It's like just torrential downpour, lightning, thunder. The canopy that they're standing under is, you know, if they weren't holding on to it, it would have blown away. Videos like, should we keep fishing? Y'all are nuts. No, you should not keep fishing. Seek shelter. You're going to be blown away by the hurricane. Hoping I can go swim fishing or wading without waders, whatever you want to call it. I don't ever do that. I occasionally, like today, I've been in the water 2-3 times retrieving snagged lures, but I never wade to fish. I used to own a pair of waders that I'd use for duck hunting, but I don't duck hunt anymore. And I've been contemplating buying a set of waders because there's a spot by the pond, the first night that you came into my stream. That place is called Largent Bend, and this river, the Sun River, runs all the way out there, and you gotta wade across the Sun River to get to Largent Bend Pond number 3. There's tiger muskie in it, but you gotta wade across the damn river to get to it. It's not terribly deep, you know. It's knee to waist high. It's just I don't like wading through the water without waders on. Especially, I always try doing it early or late in the season when the water's like frickin' 40 degrees. So, been contemplating picking up a nice set of probably just hip waders, maybe chest waders, just so I can go. Where do you go? Where and why do you go wading to fish? Is it just because the near shore is so shallow? You wade out so you can get into deeper water, or what? Thank you, whoever's throwing the hearts and the thumbs up or whatever that is. The smileys, the hearts. Appreciate it. Be nice if I could catch it. Oh, that was a bite. Dang it. All right, so they are in here and they are ready and willing. Let's get them to take. That was a pike bite. Get them to commit here instead of just screwing with the lure. When it's that hot, the water feels good and you just keep going until the next good spot fish. I guess that makes sense. I do. I mean, a lot of the times, like when I go pond fishing, you see the guys bass fishing and they circle the pond. I don't normally do that when I fish because, again, I fish with one pole normally for carp, so it's stationary in a rod holder. I do venture up and down the bank, 20 feet, 30 feet in either direction. But I guess that makes sense, though. When it's hot like that, the water just feels good. I'm always a little wary of wading around places that are heavily fished because I know how many lures and rigs that I deposit in the water myself. And I know a lot of other people lose just as many, if not more. And let me tell you what, retrieving a hook out of your flesh is one of the least pleasant experiences you will ever go through. If you've never done it, I don't recommend it. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Then the kids can go play in the water or fish too. Yeah, okay, I mean, that makes sense. Please tell me you make them wear shoes. Get them some frickin', what are they called? Not Crocs. What are the weird green sunset dimension. Losing my marbles. I can't remember what anything's called. Crocs. Crocs, there you go. Make them more Crocs or something. Especially if it's a heavily fished area. I mean, they're your kids, you do with them what you please. But I always cringe when I see people swimming and wading in places right next to fishermen. Like you don't know how many rusty ass hooks are down there. Oh. No, that was a stick. Okay. I'm just on edge here. I'm so jonesing for a good fish that everything feels like a fish now. All the tennis shoe or Walmart Crocs, yeah. Something. Just to get a little bit of safety against stepping on a hook. Not to mention this broken glass stinks. I don't know, maybe I'm just a weenie. I don't like. I've stepped on enough sharp things in my lifetime that I'm over it. Been there, done that. Oh, thank you. I don't ever wade in the water without shoes on, especially if it's a fishing area. Old tennis shoes or Walmart Crocs. Yeah, that's a good idea. Nope, I got a cloud of mosquitoes following me. Get away from me. Get. I haven't put in on any bug spray. God, I kept getting landed on earlier by stink bugs. I don't know if y'all have stink bugs where you live. They're kind of like, they look similar to a box elder bug. Just got that weird like boxy back on them. But they stink. They reek. Had one crawling in my beard earlier, and then I got in the truck and they were all over my steering wheel. You don't have stink bugs there? I don't know. I'm sure there's probably a proper name for them. I don't know if that's what they're actually called. Do you know what a box elder bug is? They're like kind of like a beetle, but they're black and like have orange splotches on them. But they don't have like the super round, shiny back of a normal beetle. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. Looks like a Tesla Cybertruck of a beetle. With like boxy, rigid lines on them. Do they eat elderberry or something? I have no idea. All I know is that you'll typically see that you don't, normally you don't see. What's that? Can you say that one more time? It's a phone. Yeah, it's a. Oh. No, it's a phone, or it's a holder for a camera for golfing, actually. But it's just got a magnet on the back of it and holds the phone up. Pretty handy. I'm streaming on YouTube. But yeah, you normally don't see like one at a time. There'll be like a whole fucking pile of them. Oh. Another weed fish. I don't know what they eat. I know that oftentimes you'll find them in big patches and like they'll infest people's not inside the house usually, but they crawl up underneath, like between your foundation and your siding. Bang on the side of it, and like hundreds of them will come out. Fish? No. Stick. It is. That's a stickfish, all right. Stink bugs come in all different colors. I've seen them in black and red, black and yellow, brown, tans. The box elder bugs are like red and black or orange and black. They look really similar, but a stink bug, if you touch them, they stink and like, oh. Well, we about got a hook to the face again. Damn. But yeah, if you touch them, their like stink rubs off on you, and it just reeks. Alright, so we almost just got a hook in the face, and now I tangled my shit all up. Give me a minute here. Bad in the mulch and the raspberry plants. Okay. Yeah, stink bug looks really, really similar to that. They're about the same size, about the same shape, but they come in just a myriad of colors. And usually here, you don't see them. You see them most like on really hot days. I don't know why that is. Hold on a second. Hello.
Are you alive?
Who did what?
Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive. Are you off work? I thought you got off at 10:30.
Huh?
You get off at 10 or 10:30?
I never get off at 10:30.
Okay. I'm just down behind the beacon, so I'm 5 minutes away. I'll be over there.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. All right. Well, I was wrong. I thought she got off work at 10:30. She gets off at 10. So I am gonna have to end the live here, guys. I appreciate all of you guys that joined and hung out with me today. I'm sorry we didn't catch anything worth a damn. Unless somebody gets excited by a 6-inch yellow bullhead. Not really the most exciting catch to me. But more than likely, I won't be live for another, probably till Monday. Maybe Saturday or Sunday if weather permits. But I think forecast is calling for some atrocious rain and wind for the next 3 days. So I will probably be, in the meantime, digging through the footage from the last few fishing trips. And I might post a couple of shorts and maybe a full-length video. I don't have a whole lot of worthy content of making a full-length video. But I'll also be looking for some ideas on where I can set up a live stream from that I can actually catch some fish for y'all. And I think honestly, the most requested fish I've had so far, the most interest, is people wanting to catch trout, which is baffling to me. But I guess if y'all don't have trout around you, they are a cool fish. They're a really pretty fish. I don't know, they're not the most exciting fish for me to catch, because normally it's about as exciting as pulling in a wet sock. I mean, literally, just imagine hooking into a wet sock out in the water a heavy wet sock, but a wet sock nonetheless, and pulling it in. That's trout fishing for you. Unless you catch good God, how many times am I gonna drop my phone? Unless you catch a salmon, which is also again part of the trout family. Salmon are fun as hell to catch. I don't know how they can be part of the same family and so different in how they behave when you catch them. But salmon are probably top 3 for me in catches. But again, Josie, excuse me, SoCal, for whatever, that guy, he needs to change his name because I have no idea how to pronounce it. All y'all that have been hanging out and coming back, I appreciate it. New channels like this, it's people like you that really help them grow, because YouTube won't recommend it to other people unless there's people in there and people consistently in there. So folks like you, thank you. It will hopefully help grow the channel and we can get some more people in here. And then once I get enough, maybe it'll be worthwhile for me to, take those 2 and 3 and 5 hour trips to go to some more interesting places. I'd love to get over to like Fort Peck or the dredge cuts, some places where I could catch some actual monsters. Show y'all some of the really cool fishing spots here in Montana, because there are lots of them. I mean, there's some decent places around the area where I live in Cascade County and surrounding areas, but eastern Montana and western Montana is where the really cool stuff is. But anyways, thanks Josie, appreciate it. But I'm gonna hop off stream here. I will be watching for y'all. I know that a lot of you guys that are coming in here are also streamers, and I try to get into you guys' live streams as well to support you, so it goes both ways. You hang out here, I'm definitely gonna come hang out with y'all. So I'm gonna sign off here, and thanks again guys. Tight lines y'all, have a good one.